Okay. Welcome back to Echoes of Mazana, but technically not, since it's a one-shot in the world. We're calling this the Ati Appeal, because this is when Althea Tule and Jaskier Erhen, both members of the Ethereal, have just left the household, the Kellen household of Achelons, to teleport all the way over to the Ati tribe up in the northern Tal here, and trying to appeal to them to help protect Erhen, a town in the north of Tal here, kind of nearby, not very nearby. They're gonna have to teleport there to get there in time for anything, but closer, and appeal to them to try to protect Erhen from an invasion both by undead and flanked invasion by the Dao tribe, or at least druids from the north that are invading Erhen to wipe out the town in their in their time of distraction and trouble with the undead invading them from the south. So, anyway, all this to say, Althea and Jaskier have had previous dealings with the Ati as of recently, which you know of this, Erhen, though not the extent of which this interactions have been so far. Basically, what happened is that about a month ago, give or take, Althea and the angel, Akasha, were given the job to go into the north, and after hearing reports through their connections in different parts of the military, they had discovered that the military had taken prisoner a group of Ati that had gone down to this, had gone south to try to find a new way of peace. Ironically, that is what had started the war in the first place. A group of Ati had gone down south and had apparently shot, not shot, but killed one of the priests that had. Oh, I'm sorry. This is the same interaction. So the chieftain's daughter was part of this little peace-seeking group of druids from multiple different tribes, not just the Ati, but had been the most peaceful, being mostly made of the Ati there, to go down and try to seek peace with some Talin priests, some Tellurian priest who wanted the same thing and had prepared this peace-making get-together, basically, before the war had started. And during that period of time where they were in the city, trying to meet up with this Tellurian priest, the priest was assassinated. Now, everyone assumed it was a druid, so there were some witnesses to that effect as well, though the druids had not been involved. And so the ones who were down there during that peace meeting there had been one killed or taken prisoner. She was the most important of the group there, being a chieftain's daughter, and therefore taken prisoner instead of just outright killed. But everyone else in that group was outright killed, which the others in that group had been other higher, more authoritative characters in their own tribes, part of the Reo, as well as the Ao and the Dao. So now, after they were killed and taken prisoner, that had started the conflict, right? So that's what you guys had experienced, the Shadow's End, kind of hearing this conflict over the distance that you guys were from it. Said conflict also. Oh, okay. So after that kind of started it off, right? Another town nearby was invaded. Once the war was on, basically, another town had invaded with orcs. Basically, the druids had sent this orc tribe down to wipe out this town. The druids that had sent this tribe down was the Reo, the Reo tribe, and this orc group had been they had convinced the orcs who had been befriended by the AO chief previously, had convinced them that the AO chief had been attacked by this town, which she had been. She had been taken prisoner. She had been there for it's not actually known why she was there necessarily, but she had been taken prisoner by them after the shots were fired in a different city, between the Ati and the killing of the Talon priest and stuff. Anyway, so that town was entirely massacred by these orcs trying to rescue this princess, which she was rescued, though not so happy about the orcs invasion there. But that was like a big-handed move on the druids side, and so then that struck up some new moves on the Talon side. So the war was on, basically. Either which way, battles ensued, right? So at this point, though, the princess, this druid princess here, this chieftain's daughter here, was being moved from a pretty assailable position up in the north here, and she was being moved more southward. So Jaskier being a part of that group, who in the time being had been working with, he had been established there in the north, on the northern lines there, the most dangerous place to be against the druids here, and let's see, had been a part of this retinue taking the princess to a different fort, basically. In that process, they were attacked by Althea's group and Akasha's group, and the chaos that ensued, which they weren't necessarily trying to hurt a lot of people, but a lot, like, even when you're trying not to hurt a lot of people, people still get hurt. Collateral damage, exactly. So Jaskier is a part of the initial explosion that was a distraction set up so that Akasha could sneak in from the back, stuff like that. And he had gone down very hard from like basically getting thrown, like fire damage and slamming into something damage kind of thing, went unconscious. And in the furthering of the connections that we'd made between different characters and stuff, Althea knew him and would have recognized him on the ground there in that moment, and had decided kind of last second to drag him into the wagon that they had prepared for the whole thing, so that she could heal him really quick, or have Akasha heal him really quick, and then toss him back out again, since he was an enemy. So basically pulls him in. The chaos kind of ensues. He's kind of stuck with them for the time being, though they don't get to kind of throw him out yet. Drags him back to whatever hideout they had, and when he wakes up, he's kind of like out of it, right? A little confused about what's going on, where he is, etc., etc. But had already had his conversation with you, with Karhale, and had a change of heart of sorts. And so Althea was kind of like, we're gonna have to kill you if you tell anyone about us, and kind of in a playful way, but ends up coming to this point, this point of like, he can't really leave because he knows about them now, and he can't really go back because he apparently escaped with them and everything. He's considered MIA by the military right now, but if he comes back, that might be of suspicion because they apparently healed him instead of letting him die of his wounds, which a lot of people had seen him being wounded and had probably died in the chaos there. Anyway, so multiple levels of like, maybe he shouldn't go back, and so he ended up spending time with them because they wouldn't let him leave necessarily. It was one of those, is he a captive or is he a friend kind of deals, until finally he started helping them with information here and there, kind of learning more about the conflict and stuff, and accompanied them on their trip back to, forced accompanied them back on their trip to the Ati to bring the chieftain's daughter back safely, basically, in hopes to gain, one, the ally of the Ati, as well as showing that not all of Tal is bad, and hoping that they can try to bring an end to the conflict, because the conflict's just not helping anyone, right? So brings her back. He ends up helping them in that whole trip, and at the end of it, basically deciding that deciding what he did and joining the ethereal. So they do successfully bring the chieftain's daughter back, kind of making the ally of the tribe, as that was the goal. And on the way back into the city, they were given a new mission, basically. Probably 2 other missions on their way south, basically, until they get back to the city, which their third mission was to get Achelon back to home and go with them, and then now they're back here. So anyway, it's a whole convoluted thing. But yes, so now that Thea and Jaskier are back in the Ati, trying to reconnect with them. You guys have spent some time in the Ati tribe so far, so you guys are vaguely familiar with some of the players here. If not, no, you guys are vaguely familiar with some of the players here. So, among the Ati that you guys have interacted with so far, you do have the chieftain's daughter, which is Tala, who you've met so far. She is the forest fire, and let's see. You know her. So Tala, in my mind, is a pretty personal name. So you probably more so know her as Atsila Nahale, or just going by Nahale, honestly. At this point. And her father, Mr. or Chief, that's the wrong chief. Actually, so Chief Tokala Sani Tasela. And
why do you hate me?
It doesn't matter. You know him as Chief Tasela. Tasela being he is when being translated by the princess herself, by Nahale, she described him as, in common at least, the fox old as falling stars. And he's their chief. He's very old. He's probably coming on late, almost coming on to like 200 years old, something like that, close. He's a druid, so he's doesn't die, or he's not gonna die for a long time at least. And she is his daughter. She's in her later 30s herself. Actually, she's probably his granddaughter. Let's go granddaughter, because he's old. He's old. So this is his granddaughter. His children themselves either spread out to other tribes for connections and stuff like that, or off on their Gaunteu, and some of them that just don't come back and everything. And she is the one who's his heir apparent, basically, for the tribe at the moment. Beyond that, you have encountered the shaman of the Ati. His name is Hania. Hania is translated as spiritual warrior for your benefit. And so far, you've probably encountered some other of the warriors there. They look on you guys with general suspicion of Tollins, and in the sense that you guys are the enemy, but also you guys have rescued their princess, and they respect that and appreciate. The Ati themselves are a very, probably the most open group of the Druid tribes, obviously. Now, as you guys have shifted over really quick, teleported into this by the benefit of Emilius, servant mage of the High Holder Achelon here, you guys have appeared in a not quite a clearing, actually. I would say so when I rolled for the teleportation, he rolled correctly to where he made it into the vicinity of where he was going, though he'd never been present before. They described to him the land masses and the general location of the tribe, which he did his best. The tribe itself is located between 2 different very tall plateaus, and the tribe itself is built on the on the cliff side of the plateaus, like these branching bridges that connect both sides. So there's technically two sections of the tribe split off between the two plateaus here. And it's a large group. It's so most of the tribes are rather nomadic beyond the Dao and the Ati here. The other two tribes are nomadic. These two, though, have settled into their places and made sort of strongholds of their own. So this plateau makes a sort of stronghold, being that to get up the plateau, you either have to use their processes of getting up, their bridges, their walkways, their stairwells and such, or you have to have some sort of way of flying people up to them. But as you guys had first encountered it, you guys know of a staircase that goes up one side of the plateau here, one of the cliffs here. You guys appear into the air in the forest. So the place that the Ati have created their homeland, it is very much a part, a connection of the forests of the Drugma Wilds. So it is green here, far more green than Tule is known to be at all. And you guys appear above some of the trees in the middle of the air, and you guys are both falling. So you guys hear exactly, both of you guys feel the wind rushing past you as the magic itself disperses around you, and you realize you are presently falling about 100 feet above the ground so far, where you guys can see, well, actually it's hard to tell if it's 100 feet or so, but you are 100 feet above the trees, the foliage of trees that are below you. You guys can see the cliffs at a distance as you guys are falling downwards. And as you fall, do you have any spells that would help you in this scenario? In which case, you guys will hit the trees. And Jas is like, do something! As he's falling, windmilling his arms. And Emilios above, you guys hear him kind of curse. And he goes, as he's falling as well.
I think Emilios could do something more than I could do something, because Featherfall is not a cleric spell.
Would he care? Oh, would he do something? He's like,
he's falling.
He is falling, but he's also about to teleport himself out anyway. So he's like, he starts his own spell to start casting his teleport to get him back home. Oh no, wait. He actually can't do that. No. He
does he have to wait?
Instead, he needs time for it, is the main thing for this. So he's gonna fall before that. So instead, he will cast Featherfall on himself. And as you guys slam into the trees,
I'm gonna as you guys try to grab a tree.
As you guys slam into the trees, Jaskier will also try to catch himself as he slams into the trees here. So
there's literally nothing. I could possibly, if I had a 5th level spell slot, but I don't.
It's okay. Is it
though?
Yeah, totally. You guys have trees all around you. You'll be able to catch yourselves. I believe in you. Dexterity saving throw as you slam into the trees around you.
Oh yeah, I'm great at dex saves.
You guys hear the sounds of breaking branches, and you feel bruising slams of different gnarled wood and branches slamming into you from different sides. You kind of flipping around in the chaos of just the trees just obscuring your vision as you're falling through these. Go ahead and give me that saving throw, and I'll roll for Jas.
Chaos.
Natural 20. Jaskier catches himself on a branch and lands on one of the higher branches. These trees are gigantic. As a side note, they are huge in comparison to just your regular tree, especially in Tule. Althea, probably this is her first experience, her second being the first walking through them initially, experience seeing these trees and this level of forestry. But he stopped. He's like, "Oh, I'm good. Thea, you okay?" Because
She
she touched out.
falling.
She crash, 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 crash. What'd you get?
15.
15. Okay. It's not so bad. You do crash, 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 crash as he shouts out, "Are you okay?" And it kind of echoes down to off of some of the other larger just tree trunks just bouncing the sounds around here. Um and you slam to a stop as you hit a larger branch that's thick enough to hold your weight, but you kind of slam into it full speed, but catch yourself before falling down even farther into the ground here. So you're going to take, go ahead and roll me a d12 of bludgeoning damage.
Okay,
Not so
could have
bad.
been worse. Could have been worse. It could have been less worse. I could have rolled below a 10.
Oof.
But no.
Okay, yep.
I love rolling high
you-
on damage for myself.
You hear some sort of like little crack in something and you're like, oh, I hope that wasn't a rib, as you kind of like sit back up again and get to standing, a little bit of a balancing act on this branch here, as you see Emilios at maybe about 20 feet to the side of you, drifting down slowly through the leaves, and he goes, "Oh, you survived, well done, unexpected," as he lands gently on
as he's heading down.
and he kind of just smirks in your direction as he softly lands, and Jaskier is kind of jumping from branch to branch, letting himself down. Lands on the far side of your tree here, and he walks over. He goes, "You good? You look like crap."
You look like crap.
He goes, "That's fair. I'm glad I caught myself." And he lets himself down another branch. He goes, "Be careful. This tree is still tall, and not every branch seems to want to hold your weight." And he's kind of just shimmying his way down, back to the ground. You guys are still about 30 feet up, and it's easy enough to get.
Well, you're not tall.
He goes, "What are you talking about? You're shorter than me."
Well, you're not taller than. I'm fine. This is fine.
We're great. That could have gone a lot worse. And Emilios on the ground goes, "Yes, you all have your limbs in the right place. It definitely could have gone worse."
Sorry, was that a possibility? To not have the limbs in the proper places? That was a possibility?
"I told you that this is a very dangerous and unstable form of magic. You said you did not care."
Okay, so like I'm dangerous and unstable. But I'm still like fun. I'm probably gonna survive the day, you know. I feel like mangled limbs is something that you probably should have prefaced. It's fine. Okay. Thanks for getting me here.
We could have ended up in an entirely different plane as well. We also could have ended up somewhere far beyond, far removed from this place. You are lucky we are even nearby where you wished to land. Okay. I feel like you really could have expanded on the warning label there before we did this, but okay. Well, we made it, so I guess it doesn't matter.
This is fine. Okay.
Emilio starts to draw a circle on the ground here. The runes, familiar to you guys, as the same circle he drew back at the temple when he sent you guys to Achelon's home.
What? You're not staying for a little vacation? This place this area in Tall is great this time of year.
And it seems like the druids probably have a lot of stuff you would be interested in learning. Probably, you know, if you stuck around, helped us out, we could suit you up with something interesting. Roll persuasion check, Althea. You can go with advantage since Jaskier is helping. He sees the play as you make it.
Well, I didn't need the advantage. 28.
28? Okay. Emilio sits up, looks at you guys. Secret information of the druids you would be able to Afford that to me.
Secret information? I mean, with the druids, isn't everything a secret?
That is true. And Jaskier goes, and hey, they owe us one, so maybe they'd help you out, get you set up. Or maybe not, but always give it a try. And Emilios is already like totally, you can see the interest that's crossed his face at this point. And he goes, all right, I will accompany you.
Let's go! All
right. To share. Perhaps I have something I could give in exchange. And he stands kind of brushing off his hands. He starts to scuffle up the runes that he had been drawing on the ground until you can no longer see them in the dirt and soil here. And he goes, lead the way. Okay, Thea.
I'm leading the way?
You're better at tracking than I am.
Am I? Am I?
Yes, you are.
+5?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
He
really?
Goes, hey, I can find plants. I cannot find my way.
Well, I'm not going to comment on that because I have a whole lot of other mean things I'm going to probably say to you on this walk up. So I'm going to save that one for later. Okay, let's find.
I guess I can appreciate it. Let's go.
I don't think you will. Oh, that is 23.
A 3. Oof.
No,
okay, so as you guys
23.
It's definitely dark out since you guys left in the middle of the night / morning here. It's about like 4 a.m. So the sun is about to come up, but it's still got that kind of twilight vibe to it. And as you're making your way through all the trees, like it's confusing and it's getting in your way here. It's hard to tell where you're going. You said 23?
Yeah, I thought you said I corrected myself like 4 times.
Oh, I heard 3 and then my mind was just thinking of the possibilities of what that would mean for you.
I heard you repeat 3 and I said, no, 23.
Totally ignored after that. Like once I heard 3, my brain was already clicking into all of the world consequences. Anyway, so that's good. That's far better. I was about to like have you fall down a waterfall or something. It was gonna be great. But instead, you do find the correct little tributary that leads you in the direction of where the waterfalls that kind of bracket the civilization of the Ati here on the 2 plateaus, and leads you to the edge of this corpse, this corpse of trees here, to where you can see at the distance the edges of the plateau and the water that's falling over the sides of it. And you know that the Ati civilization, their whole setup, their buildings that are built into the side of this plateau, is on the far side of it. You guys are going to have to climb over the edge here. As you guys make your way forward, Emilios is kind of muttering about the traipsing through the woods not being a part of his daily routine, and he is definitely not wearing the correct clothing for this. Yeah, as you guys are moving along, Jaskier seems to have a very tight look on his face, grimace, very much speed walking, trying to get to your guys' destination sooner than later. Determined look on his face.
So, we gonna talk about that?
Talk about what? Oh, the Dao are probably going to be slowly invading Erhen. If anything, they're going to be.
No, not that. How did it go?
Wait, what? How did what go?
Well, like I could tell back there, I could tell she wanted, a moment. So like I gave you guys some space. I promise I didn't even look a little.
What are you expecting us to do? We had like 10 seconds.
Well, I'm sorry. If you were waiting for the opportune moment, That was it.
Emilios goes, I do agree that would have been your moment to do something. Jaskier goes, oh my gosh, you realize I was not focused on anything in the moment, right? I was worried about my family.
All right. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm fully supportive, loving the drama personally. I do
Okay,
kind
if
of
it was anything less dire, maybe I would have made a move. But
I
obviously,
doubt that.
okay, it would have. Wouldn't it have been like in bad taste to do it then? Like my family's probably dying, and I'm over here
No, you're
doing
right.
whatever.
No, you're totally right. You might die, she might die. That would be, yeah. No, you're right. Last chance you might ever see her. You know, she'll be halfway to Alethkar by the time we get back.
Okay, I don't know what you barely know the girl, Thea. You barely know her, but she's tough. This is not going to be the last time I'm going to see her. She's not going to die from whatever this crap is, whatever's going on with them.
You don't
She's
know.
like a mountain, immovable.
And you thought lying to her was a good idea?
What are you referring to?
You told her that twinning dreams didn't mean anything to you.
Oh, and he's like, he goes very red, like totally forgot people could hear that conversation. And Emilios goes, "Oh, and she believed you?" And he goes, "Shut up! You're not involved in this."
I mean, gesturing to Emilio, she's like apparently super, super backwater. Doesn't know anything about Tal. Doesn't even speak Talin. Sorry, what was that about poetry that I
it wasn't poetry, okay? It was just, it was just an older way of saying things and talent.
heard? Uh-huh.
Not even really poetic. It was dumb. Anyway, um, I don't even know how she would have known that. Just she doesn't speak to him.
I mean, I'm assuming that whoever like translated it for her. Ooh, what if it was like read out loud to her in front of like a whole group of people? How embarrassing would that have been?
Emilio starts to chuckle, and Jaskier just kind of like hunches his shoulders. He's like, "Can we just focus on the task at hand here, please?"
I mean, okay, sure. She's intense and huge. Not my taste, but not bad. And she's
She
like absolutely terrifying. I love her for one. Um,
she is definitely terrifying. Those are all true things. Yes. But in answer to your question, I didn't lie so much as if she, okay, think of it this way: if she meant if she didn't mean it to if she didn't know what it meant when she said it, then it didn't mean that. So I was telling the truth.
no, no, no. No, that's where you're wrong. So she asked you a direct question. She said, "Does that mean anything to you?" And you said no.
But it's true because she didn't know it to mean anything, and therefore it didn't.
You did.
I was reading stuff into it that wasn't there in the first place.
Was it?
Listen, I'm probably one of the only people that she knows here in the city, and maybe she got nervous about what would happen to me since she had apparently checked in. I don't even know. Maybe it's what their people do. Maybe they're a lot more keeping tabs on each other than I expect. Than we are here.
I mean,
Huh?
we just ask the Ati. They're druids too, isn't she? Isn't that what she is?
No, she's as far as I know, she did Karhali tell him that she knew the Ati?
Yeah.
What did she say? She said
Her mom, Inora Jasper, is Ati. or was Ati, and mentioned something about Adahi.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Mentioned Adahi, and he goes, but she grew up in Kel. That isn't even close
Okay,
to me.
from what I heard, she specifically did not grow up in Cal. He's pretty adamant to that point.
But she told me she was from Kel in the first place, so she grew up at least in that area, which is still very far away from here, if not by the national country's name.
I think you're making some really long reaches here.
I mean, I could ask. I'm definitely curious about this, about the connection that she has with them through what was that name? Adahi. Did you meet an Adahi when we were here last?
Did I meet an Adahi when we were here last?
No, you did not. You did not encounter. If you encountered him, you never learned the name, though you're not sure whether you did or not.
Okay, cool. No, but it sounds like a druidy name.
That it does. But either which way, if Enora had grown up Ati, if she was living down south far away from her home, then as
Wait,
far as
back up 2 steps? What? Who's that?
oh her mom is Enora Jasper, from the Western Winds.
Funny.
Kind of crazy.
Wait, you're kidding,
No,
right?
I'm that is true, or at least according to her. And her mom knows Lorkai, so it must be true.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's different. Anyway, Emilios goes, you have a very complicated relationship. And
That's what
goes,
I'm saying.
shut up, both of you.
I'm
Let's
just
just get
saying
to the
you would simplify things very easily. So Jadith and I have been talking, and she thinks you need to just drop the whole Mr. Perfect and reserved thing and just embrace the inner chaos a little bit.
I've already told you I'm not taking chaotic goddesses' wisdom in romantic relationships, okay?
Okay. Well, here, take mine then. Life is messy. Life
You're
is
just as bad, if not worse.
The point is you keep grasping at every thread, trying to find some semblance of control over your life. All you're going to do is lose grip on the threads that actually matter. There's a kind of peace in not having everything under control.
Are you talking to me, or are you talking about yourself right now?
Well, first of all, screw you. Second, how many times are you guys gonna cross the country, stick your necks out for one another, risking life and limb before one of you admits it's not a one-time thing?
This is only the second time.
Which is more than it should be.
Fair. Okay. You're right. You're right. She's definitely interested somehow, right? So
Can I roll an insight check on my conversation with her?
yeah, roll me an insight check.
Okay. Noise. What is my my insight is so much better than Carl. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Okay. Yes. Then you know what you think as Carhale, she knows. No. As Althea, she knows what you know as Carhale to have been giving off at the time. This is weird, convoluted meta
Very
connection.
interesting. Some mental hoops that I'm gonna need a second to jump through.
But yeah, you can definitively say that Karhale is interested.
I don't know. I wonder, she just randomly found us. How did she even know where we were? Like, did
Um,
she track you down or something?
I don't think she knew we would be there necessarily.
Huh. Isn't that fun? You know, I just think there are some things that are too strong and too strange to be coincidences.
Don't give me your fate talk again. You've given it to me often enough. And I get it. I get it. The universe is telling me something. But the thing is, though, is that that doesn't necessarily mean it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be the end all be all, you know? And like, what if she's got stuff she's got to do elsewhere? She's mentioned that many times. She's got other missions,
Oh, I
things going on.
guarantee you, I've got a very strong sense that, the whole with the city being on fire and the undead and trying to stop a resurrection and like somebody taking over the city, I feel like that thing right there is like the smallest of her problems. She seems to have a lot of issues.
Exactly. So, why am I going to be piling this shit on, man? Like, that's just, it feels selfish, you know?
How do you know you wouldn't make it better?
And he pauses, kind of thinks that over, mulls over that one for like the next 100 feet of you guys traipsing through the woods here. Uh, until he does finally respond and he goes, good point.
All I'm saying is, as much as I'd like to keep you around, you you do a lot of good with us, with the ethereal. And I know I joke a lot, but I do care about you. And I'm only saying that with the probability of death being as high as it is.
Okay, okay. Thank
Don't get
you
me
for the disclaimer.
wrong, I love cheating death. Would rather you. I'd hate to see you get hurt. And I just want to make sure, I don't know, that she's worth it.
She is. I know that one for sure.
All right, we'll get you back there then. But I swear, on all the gods, you missed your shot. So I better not hear one more pining comment or longing sigh.
Oh, all right, fine. No more. And I promise I'll take my shot next time, so to speak.
All right, so the
As
tall
long as
ones.
you aren't there, don't be hovering in the background.
Ew, no. So trust me though, the tall ones, always fun. You just gotta give them a little yank. Although with that one, you might want to be careful. You're liable to poke your eye out. You didn't mention she was so spiky.
I honestly, she wasn't as spiky when I met her. Like I guess they've grown out or something.
Huh.
It's still wicked cool though.
Man, when you said shaitan, you meant really. See, I was thinking shaitan blooded, just like kind of like, oh, maybe like a little Goliath ish. You said Goliath. She's a giant.
Yes, she
She's
is.
huge. Did you see her abs?
She is a monster in the best way.
I mean, to each their own. Not really my type, not my thing, but if you're into being terrified all the time, good for you.
He goes, hey, I know what I want. And he's like stalking ahead. And hello. And Emilios kind of gives you a weird look as Jaskier kind of like stalks ahead there.
Hey, this is none of your business.
You invited me along. It is now a part. Your drama is now my story, father.
All right.
It is my entertainment now.
So, in case you missed it, we're talking about the tall one. Stripes, spikes,
Oh no, I got that.
Stick up their ass? Yeah. Matching pair sticks up both of their asses. Like,
they are made for each other.
Put the two of them together, you just get an aura of self-righteousness and responsibility. Oh, it's disgusting.
It truly is, yes. Honestly, why do you want them to be in the same room together?
Well, I mean, I don't want to be in the same room if they're in the same room together.
Understandable, yes. Perhaps the two of them will ironically soften each other out. Smooth the spikes, so to speak.
Well, I hope she tries to smooth them out before. No, I'm not thinking about that. Huh. Gross. Not thinking about that. Nope, we're moving on. We're moving on from that.
As you guys get closer to the edge here where the Ati live, go ahead and roll me. So when you guys initially approached the Ati civilization, you guys came from the south. Now you guys are kind of approaching from this northern edge here, from above the plateaus. Go ahead and give me a new survival check to find the safest passage down.
Okay. Cool. Math.
You know that the way that the Ati have set up their civilization here is made to where approaches from behind are very unlikely, especially because the Duragma Wilds are to your back here, and generally the only things that would be coming from this direction are creatures, and creatures that are not smart enough to necessarily get down to where the Ati are, at least in a safe manner, to where you know that they don't have sentries posted to keep watch on this end. They might have magical means of protection, but they're not going to have physical eyes on the watch up here.
Okay, what was I'm essentially checking for traps.
Basically. Cool. A lot of them are natural traps of just the way the cliffside is here, and the plateaus and the cracks within the plateau itself are, as well as just some more magical means of protection as well.
Okay. Cool. I can add 14.
14. Okay, so as you guys are making your way downwards to this edge here, oh, you know what? Here, I'm going to roll for Jas as well, because he's also keeping an eye. He is no help to you. But as you're making your guys' way down, you guys do come to a break in the cliffside to where you can see a ravine that's leading to the edge for this waterfall here. And the ravine itself, you know, on the from what you can see, what you've noticed, you can tell that there's a staircase that seems to be hidden by the water flow here, almost the entrance into what seems to be a hidden staircase here. You've heard of different passages up to the top from the civilization when you guys were inside beforehand, so this must be one of the multiple passages to the top of the plateau here, and you can see it through the ravine. Getting through it across the rushing water that cascades over the side, over the edge of this plateau here, over the cliff, will be the difficulty as you move through. how, as far as you can tell, you can't find any other passage unless you want to spend an additional amount of time to do so. But you guys are on a timeline. So in this case, as you pointed it out, Jas is kind of like, okay, let's go.
Okay. So just figuring out a way across there, or just crossing carefully?
Crossing carefully or figuring one out. Do you have a way to get across where you won't put yourself into the danger of the water? You're going to be wading across some deep water here. It's a thin ravine. It's not super wide, but the water is rushing fast and forcefully.
Not I mean, I've got augury.
Mm-hmm.
Will this go badly?
Jas will suggest, what would he think of? He's more of a brawn guy, so he's gonna pull out his longbow here, and he's going to tighten it to tighten an arrow to a piece of rope, and he's gonna go, okay, I'm gonna try to lodge this into the corner there, though it's gonna be slippery, so it might not even do too much, it might not hold too much weight, but maybe it'll take the brunt off of us.
I mean, better than nothing. So go for it. I believe in you. And guidance.
Shot. Ooh, guidance. Gotta love it. So he's going to make a attack roll. And how tough it is, that'll determine what the DC will be as he makes his attack. Okay. So takes his shot. And so his shot goes, and as it so half of this entrance into this this little staircase that goes down is covered in water. You can see that some of it, the water is like getting edged out down the stairwell. So the stairwell itself, you assume, will be wet and mildewy and slippery probably on its own. So when you see his arrow shoot across the ravine, whittling through the air, pulling this rope along, it seems like the rope itself is pretty heavy. You guys don't have the unbreakable rope, that silk rope, that thin rope that the Shadow's End seems to have. So it's a bit thicker, and it drags down the arrow, even though his longbow is a very strong force to be reckoned with there. You see the arrow lodge into the side of the rock wall here, and he kind of tugs on it. It seems stable, so he's good to go.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sketched out.
Definitely sketched out. Hey, do you want to do your augury?
No, I'm not wasting a spell slot on that.
He goes, okay, then let's go. He tugs it on it one more time. It seems to hold, and he steps into the water. He wraps it kind of around one wrist, though not tied entirely, but he's holding on tight to it as he steps into the water. So he's going to make his water traversing athletics check as he steps to the water, fighting the force of the water push as he's making his way across to that entrance. Okay. Athletics. Yes, he gets a dirty 20. Oh, thank you. Yes. Anyway, so dirty 20 makes his way across easily enough. He doesn't even seem to tug on the rope itself as he's wades, fighting against the force of the water. You see him stumble maybe a half foot here, but then he regains his footing and he makes his way across. And he goes, "Hey, watch it! That spot's slippery." As he gets onto the other the threshold of the water, he seems to slip a little bit on the rocks that are still covered in water a bit, still got the rushing water over it, and he's like holds on to the edges to try to keep his balance here, but he's standing on the edge and he's got the rope, like he's kind of got his hand hovering near the rope just in case where the arrow's lodged into it.
This is fine.
Totally.
Sing my +6 to my athletics that Carvale has because Thea has +0. I'm gonna roll with guidance. just in case these. All right. That ain't too shabby.
There you go.
18 with the guidance.
18 with the guidance. Okay, yeah, you step into the water. There's a bit of a shoving motion from the water itself that does kick you off of your feet 1 point. You get knocked off your feet, but then the rope itself tugs back enough, and it does not snap under your hold, and you get back onto your feet. Basically, when you lost your footing, you didn't you didn't tug so hard on the rope that you snapped it, because the rope is not lodged in there too deeply, to be honest. Yes, but you make it across after regaining your footing with a minimal tugging on the rope to keep you balanced, and back on your feet. So you get across, and then Emilio steps up to cross, but instead he casts fly on himself and he floats over, so he doesn't even need to. And he goes, he lands on the other side, and he just kind of, hands behind his back, nods to you both, and motions for you guys to step forward through the.
Why are you the worst?
And he goes, because I work for Echelon, and he only hires the worst.
That's a great point.
Jas laughs out loud as he steps forward down the little tunnel here, and he goes, so how do you know that this was here? And it kind of echoes off of the wet walls and rock of the sides here.
How did I know this was here?
Yeah.
Why do you even ask anymore?
Fair enough. And he's going to.
Oh wait.
Yeah.
I got a feeling about it. You know, you get feelings about stuff too, right?
And he ignores you straight up. He goes, I wonder how far this goes. As he searches for traps.
Jumping?
As you guys pass. Did you say think about jumping?
I said, are you thinking about jumping?
It is a very steep set of stairs, so if you jumped, you would definitely fall. Yes. And he goes, the longer I travel with you, the more I do.
I wouldn't. I'm just saying, I really can't let you die on my watch now. I feel like someone giant and spiky might come after me and bare minimum punch me in the face, but I'm more worried about her actually killing me.
And she definitely could, no offense.
Hey, I could hold my own.
You might give her a run for her money, in the sense of if either which way she'd kill you. She'd just, yeah, like smash between her fists something.
No, I bet I could take her. Not like in a physical, like fist on fist thing, but like
I will say,
away from her long enough.
She looks somehow even tougher than when I saw her last time. She is like, there's something like primordial powerful about her now. Doesn't matter. Anyway,
go on.
Continues down the stairs. So he does check for traps, kind of keeping an eye out as you guys are going through, and he goes, kind of turning back to you, goes, seems like this is all clear as you guys are going down. Why would they have something open and just free to enter here like this?
They wouldn't.
Huh. And you guys continue downwards. It takes you guys about 30 minutes before you guys come to a point where actually roll me a d20.
19.
Okay, so as you guys are going downwards, you hear the sound of what seems to be some sort of life from below, some sort of humming sound.
I have no
It
clue.
just it goes, I don't like the sound of that. And Emilios is already walking back upstairs.
Nope, nope, nope,
Um,
nope, nope.
quickly.
Got
Um,
it. You led me down the wrong way. And it's
there was
not
only one
funny.
way. There was literally only one way. But as you guys turn backwards, going back up again, you guys do see what look to be glowing runes, barely glowing. And you guys, it wasn't glowing until you guys passed it by and had stepped a little ways down, already past it to see the glowing itself. So apparently they've started glowing after you guys have already passed. Unbeknownst to Jaskier, who had been trying to keep an eye on the surroundings as you guys went down. And you guys hear the humming grow louder until it becomes a large buzzing, until you guys see what seems to be like a large black horde of wasps almost making their way upwards this staircase, this stairwell towards you guys. Do you run?
Yeah.
Okay, you guys are pretty far deeply down at this point. So running back up, give me an athletics check.
Okay.
Jas will also make an athletics check. And that's a natural one. He slips and
natural 20.
a natural 20? Okay. Roll me. He slips and falls, and you are so great in that moment that you can go ahead and roll me a dexterity saving throw. You have the chance to snap your hand out. You would not be able to do this other than the natural 20.
Okay. It's just a +2. 19.
19. Okay, so he slips and falls on this very slimy, wet staircase here because of the water from the ravine up above. You snap out your hand and grab his shoulder, yanking him back to his feet, back to the stone of the staircase here. And he goes, "Oh, that could have been bad." As the wasps horde are still rushing up towards you guys, and you did it fast enough that you haven't wasted time, so you guys can keep on running. So he will make a new roll as you guys continue forward. You're good. Emilios is flying, so he's good. And Jas just cannot keep up. So he's actually still swallowed by the so okay. Do you stay behind with him or do you get out? Because he is slow. He's slipping on every stone. Like he's just slipping and not making the path fast enough to get up.
I am going to this is a magical effect?
It seems like real creatures that the druids have collected released through a magical effect.
Okay, so that would be useless. Okay. I'm going to I do not
roll me a nature check, Althea.
Okay. My nature sucks. That would be a 3.
A 3. Okay. Then you have no idea what wasps may or may not be affected by in this scenario. But though it seems like they are real wasps, as far as you can tell.
Okay. Well, that is helpful-ish. Can I cast light on something on my person and throw it the other direction?
To try to draw the wasps away?
Yes.
Okay. I would say base understanding of the creatures themselves. You know they're not actually interested in you. They're just wasps that have been disturbed, kind of thing. And you guys are the only sources of that ire, kind of thing. So they probably won't follow light so much as moving creatures or like breathing creatures, I guess, threats to them.
Okay.
They're not intelligent. They're just following the okay. Oh, and as a side thing too, there's no multiple passages here. It's just a single stairwell that goes back up to the ravine.
Okay. Okay.
Mhm.
That is helpful. I'm just going to cast Shield of Faith on him and keep going.
Okay. So you cast Shield of Faith on Jas, and he's trying to keep up, but he's slipping and not quite keeping up here as the swarming wasps surround him, and they're going to make their attacks on him. As they do so, did raise
+2 to his AC.
amazing, which is actually pretty high. He's pretty like he's got some armor on, he's covering most of his skin and everything, so there's not too much that they can attack here. So I'd say you're doing him pretty well with the additional. So his AC is a dirty 20 right now. Okay. Yeah. There so you see him taking a little bit of damage, but not that much. So he's like swatting at himself as the horde surrounds, and then finally you guys break out into the ravine, and you can no longer see him, but after about maybe a minute you see him kind of coming up, slapping at the sides and trying to like get these things off of him, and the wasps kind of hover at the edges of the of this stairwell. Basically, you can see them on the other side of the stairwell themselves. They seem to be cut off somehow, like some sort of barrier that's keeping them on the inside of the thing. So if you guys step back down, so now you guys are standing back in like kind of the wet water area, holding onto the rope that's lashed into the side. But you can see that the wasps are just there. They're just kind of hovering at the edges. Almost like they're hovering near you guys, as close to you guys as they can get.
Great.
And just like, I hate wasps. These are the worst. Ugh. And he pulls out a little bit of salve and he starts to rub it on.
Okay, so maybe that way wasn't the best idea.
I mean, I think it's the only way, though. We have to go down, right?
I mean, is it the only way?
Well, I don't know. I guess I talked about multiple ways, but it's a big place. Isn't it going to take a lot of time to find another passage down?
Well,
side note, Jas is rolling so badly, except for his next one.
He's rolling really good at first.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we should just run through it.
We could definitely try that.
We're still gonna have to fight a shit ton of undead things and then Dow. And I was really serious about not letting you die, because if I don't die myself, I'm gonna get killed later on by your terrifying mountain girlfriend.
Hey. Don't take responsibility for me, okay? I can take care of myself, and you know that.
See,
and besides that,
I did is the problem. When she said, you'll take care of him, right? I said, of course I will.
he goes, which I'm sure she appreciates. I'm sure she's not going to hold you to that, though. She'll understand if something happens, probably. Okay, but I think we're overthinking this with the wasps, right? You probably don't have to use your magic. Okay, let's think like the Ati. How are they getting down this thing? How does just a regular old Ati get down?
A blanket.
Sure. Okay. Are they regular wasps or magical wasps?
I think they're regular wasps.
You're sure, or you're pretty sure?
Is there something between sure and pretty sure?
Not really sure at all.
Well, I'm more than not really sure, more than pretty sure, and less than sure.
He's gonna make a nature check as well. And he goes, they do seem like just regular wasps. Okay. Okay, so blanket. Do we have a blanket? I have
I also haven't dropped the Shield of Faith. It'll be up for 10 minutes.
Okay. 10 minutes being it takes a long time to get down. So as far as you know, it'll probably take a bit of time. Like this is a very high cliff. So you're going downstairs for like an hour or two.
Oh gosh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
So well, the druids probably turn into a wasp themselves and just down there, but we can't do that.
He kind of laughs in this despondent way. Yeah, that's probably true. Okay, well, can we smoke them out? Can we get them? What's keeping them inside? They're just hovering there.
It looks like a magical barrier keeping them from getting out.
Okay, so can you remove the barrier?
If I do, I'll be kind of tapped on healing today.
Oh, let's not do that. Okay. So there's magical ways of getting rid of magic, and then there are physical ways of getting rid of magic. Right? And
hey, Emilios, buddy.
Ignoring, he's like trying to ignore you, but you're kind of up in his face. He goes, yes. What do you want?
Do I have to ask? Are you gonna make me ask?
Roll a persuasion check.
You don't want to get stung by wasps. I don't want to get stung by wasps.
I will not get stung by wasps. You all will be stung by wasps. And I will escape unscathed no matter what. Why should I waste my time helping? My time and energy.
Well, first of all, I'm really likable. And personally, would you want to see this face getting stung up by wasps?
He gives you like a bit of a raised eyebrow, but roll a persuasion check.
Do I get to use my diplomat feat?
I would say this is not you spending a minute on the guy.
Okay. I'll live with it. It's still, I can't add. 20.
Wait. What does the diplomat feat say again? Actually,
I do have to spend a minute talking to someone who can understand me, and then I make a persuasion check contested by their insight. On my success, the target is considered charmed by me for a minute as long as they stay within 60 feet of me.
Okay, if you want to spend a minute doing this, you can use that ability.
Why not? I'm rolling a persuasion check anyways.
Exactly. So you kind of like hover around him, like Emilios. Come on, man, and talking it up that way. Yeah. You can just use that however many times you want, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, as long as you have a minute is the main thing.
It's contested by their insight. So like the charmed effect is greater than a regular persuasion roll.
Yeah, because, exactly. Because it basically ensures that they're down to help you out. Okay. So what is the saving throw? DC?
It's contested by my persuasion check, which is a 24.
24. Okay, yeah. You finally his eyebrows like twitching and his a bit of a smirk kind of like twitches up his mouth and everything. He's like, I will admit you are rather amusing. Fine. I will help you not get a puffy face in this scenario, but don't expect so much help for very much. And he turns around and he just kind of waves his hand in this very dismissive motion and everything and casts Dispel Magic.
Well, I'm not going to sleep with you if that's what you're asking. But, like, if you need any other favors that aren't of the sexual nature, then probably I
I
wouldn't mind.
am not. It kind of sputters as the magic you see kind of blinks out and the wasps are released and they start zipping out towards you guys. And he himself ends up casting a bit of a what would he do? You see him just kind of like burning hands all the wasps coming towards him. And he just kind of flames them. But he's kind of sputtering the whole time. He's like, what are you even talking? I am not even interested. You are not my type. Okay. As he just kind of burns the wasps away. And Jaskier's just kind of laughing behind.
I mean, it's kind of rude. You could have just said no.
And he's just kind of still sputtering, but he goes, there, I helped you, okay? Stop asking me for favors. I'm not your teammate or something.
That's right. You're my friend. I'm so glad we're friends, Emilios.
He goes, we are not friends. But he stalks down next to you as you guys go.
Friends forever it
is. So you guys continue down. The wasps are now freed and no longer being kept as the guard dogs that they were. As you guys make your way down the stairs here. When you guys get to the bottom, you guys are... okay, well, actually, as you continue down, go ahead and roll me a perception check, Thea, and Jas will also roll. So Jas is doing better, at least.
Perception. 28.
28. Okay, you notice, as you're making your way down, that there are multiple different creatures in the staircase itself kind of widens out into the ground floor as you guys come to the bottom, and it opens into a series of definitely druid made tunnels, very well designed, beautifully decorated. There's all kinds of different kinds of stones being used in the walls, reflective crystals and reflective what seemed to maybe sapphires or something, bluish crystals all along the lines, creating different symbols, druid symbols that you recognize but don't understand on the walls and decoration as you guys are coming into what seems to be more of the druids, the Ati's area where they live, where they actually traverse here. Though this stairwell seems to be not used so often. You guys open into it and you notice both multiple scorpions as well as smaller bats, as well as spiders in your local vicinity.
So these are just like local critters, nothing huge or crazy.
They definitely seem like local critters that would not draw notice, except they all seem to be surrounding you guys. So the spiders are on the walls. There's some scorpions on the ground, kind of like nearby in the corners. Before you guys have some bats and such flanking you guys as well. And you recognize that these are probably druids.
Hey guys, your local.
Like it's empty though. Like when you come into the room, it's like it feels empty until with your high perception, you notice that you are very much surrounded by creatures that seem definitively innocent, though are definitively not. No answer, by the way.
Cool.
The stingers are right. The little scorpions that are on the ground in front of you.
It's been a minute. The fellas that, brought your princess back to you. Hi.
Oh, okay. Roll me a percentile roll to see if these these guys would actually recognize you.
Okay.
It's the Ati are there's a lot. The Ati are the greatest tribe, like the biggest tribe of all the tribes, which is why like them not going to war is probably the best thing that's happened so far for the war itself. Because if they did go to war, it would be a whole thing.
Okay. So just percentile.
Percentile die, yes. This will determine if these are some people that might recognize you.
Okay, but they know that happened. People with
yes, you know of it.
People with the ethereal brought the princess back. They're aware of that.
I would say they're not aware of what ethereal would mean, kind of thing, or have that they know what the tribe at large knows is that there were some good Talon people that brought their princess back.
Okay, cool. That would be 46.
46. Okay. So you're higher than the 25% chance that they wouldn't recognize or question, or that they would. You rolled above the questioning, doubtful, suspicious people that might attack you kind of thing. So in this scenario, you see the scorpions in front of you and you hear the sound of falling feet in a gentle, graceful, like falling manner as the bats to the side of you, the spiders to the side of you, shift into their true forms as multiple painted individuals land next to you guys, surrounding you guys. About 8 different druids that appear out of thin air almost. And Jaskier's like, oh my.
So cool. Never gets old, guys. Love it. Love you guys.
All of them kind of like look at you in silence.
Hi, I'm the seer. I know you guys have probably heard about me. We brought the princess back a hot minute ago. We're just hoping to, talk to her again.
Only one of them responds to you in common. The others seem to start muttering in Druidic. But the one that
I bet speaks Druidic. Your giant druid girlfriend, she probably does.
And she's about to respond when the druid steps forward and goes, "You have returned. Why do you return here?"
Well, we're in a little bit, got a little bit of a situation going on with next town over.
Why do you enter from a secret place? Somewhere you should not know about.
Oh, yeah, sorry about that. Chaos told me about it. And when she tells me about it, I kind of figure it's cool. It's like half the time it's not. But I always go in with confidence.
And Jess goes, and we magically transferred here, so we couldn't decide which direction we entered from. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, that too.
And he goes, so you wish to speak with the chief?
Or his granddaughter? One of those?
He nods silently, turns, and starts to move away. And the other druids kind of follow between. All of them actually shift into different forms. Some of them into little bats that flutter up behind this guy. This guy, he actually transforms into a wolf as he starts to lope forward, kind of turning to you and kind of nose pointing in a certain direction as he moves here. The others turn into their smaller insect guard animals of sorts and disappear back into the surrounding rock crags and little places around. So apparently they're on shift or something, keeping watch. But this guy seems to be leading you guys.
I turn to Jaskier. Would it be like super rude to ask if I could pet? I wanna.
Sure. I'm pretty sure that would be very rude. Give it a shot.
No, I'm not gonna. I'm a coward.
Are you sure you don't know what would happen? Isn't that your favorite scenario entirely.
Oh, using my words against me, you brilliant bastard. Fine.
He's rushing in front of you. You guys open up the mouth of this cave that you guys are presently in opens up into beautiful greenery, beautiful flora decorating a majestic city that's been built into the sides of these two cliffs of the plateau here. And between both sides of the city, the east and the west side here, there are these gnarled branches and wooden bridges created out of trees, almost grown consciously to bridge the gap between this these two cliffs here that make up both sides of the city. He's running from this cave out into some of the balconies that overlook the grand fall that just that has the water cascading down the side of it. And as you guys kind of circle around a balcony, he's taking you guys down just different passageways, different bridges, different drops, different stairs, making an entire labyrinth. You would not be able to traverse this city on your own, in essence, since there's no directions that are given. It seems like buildings, shops, and stuff like that that are built into the cliff here. Nothing is There's no signage anywhere, is what I'm saying. You just know if you know, and if you don't, you'd have to ask around to find your way in this kind of setup of a civilization. But you do have a guide dog of sorts in this scenario as he leads you along. Do you call out to him?
No, I'm a coward.
um, there's like a couple times where you say something like under your breath, but it gets lost in the roaring of the water cascading next to you. And Jaskier just kind of snickers at you in the background. And he goes, coward, as he continues forward. Your word. He does not disagree as you guys continue forward through the bridges and the little nooks and crannies and travel through this grand city here until finally the dog itself pauses, turns to you all, shifting back into his human form and kind of standing up tall next to you. And he's almost as tall as Jaskier, though a little bit shorter based on hair. Actually, this guy's bald, and he's got the different bluish paint all over his body in different swirls and designs. As he steps up to you, and you can see his glowing bluish eyes here, the Ati blue. And he goes, she is here.
Awesome.
But it is not guaranteed that she wishes to see you. I will ask. And he turns around.
We're like best friends, so I don't get why she wouldn't. Okay.
And he disappears into the foliage of what looks to be some sort of it's some sort of open entrance with beautiful fauna just rimming the threshold here. Beautiful flowers sprouting, all of them bluish and purplish in tone. As he goes inside, there's a couple minutes interim until you see what looks to be almost like bluish flames lighting up the sides. This beautiful fauna. The fauna itself survives through this as the flames almost transfer to it in almost a hallucinatory, like illusory way. As you see a woman burning in flame, stepping out from the threshold, kind of like bending down a little bit as she's a little taller for this lower cave entrance here, steps out with the wolf at her side following after, and she goes, "Thank you, I'll take it from here." She steps forward. "You have returned. Why do you return here so soon?"
So cool. Never gets old. Hi. Missed you.
Her hair is this bluish flame, just licking at her back, almost as though she's on fire, though you know that if you would hovered your hand over where the fire is burning, you would just feel this almost inner warmth rather than a warmth at your hand itself. She cocks her head at you.
Well, we've got a little bit of a situation. So you remember my friend the Buttercup?
She
Say
nods.
hi. So he's officially part of the ethereal now. It's a great time.
She steps up to him, kind of like she's got a very bestial way to her. Most of the people here do this very not Tallinn vibe to them at all, as she kind of steps around him, like examining him, almost like a dog would, sniffing at him, walking, surrounding him again. And she kind of like nods as she steps back, seeming in recognition of him. She circles you once, but she recognizes you more, as you guys had as Jas looks different from last she saw him, and you look pretty much the same, as he had been wearing a uniform and had initially been attacked by them and such. And you guys had traveled together, but he had kept his distance for a period of time as he kind of warmed up to the, whole on purpose treason thing. But she kind of surrounds him, backs off, and she goes, "You need us. You need our help."
Yeah. Man, does she talk to you too?
She
The
cocks her head.
godmother. Does she talk to you too?
She goes, "I hear many voices from many different entities."
God, you're so cool.
She goes, "There are spirits in everything in any form in this world."
As much as I would love to hear all about them, we're a little bit under a time crunch, and if we could possibly get your help, the town over there, Erhen, the Tao are kind of attacking it right now. They're trying to wipe it out. So not great all around. I've got friends there, he's got family there. It's a bad situation all around, lots of needless death. And I was
Jaskier
wondering,
goes,
oh,
"I have a sister there, and I have family there that's under attack as well. They're innocent, and the Tao, they have no reason to be attacked by the Tao. Please." And she kind of like cocks her head at the two of you, her shoulders kind of like hunched, almost as though she wants to shift in this moment, like she doesn't want to be in this form. But she stands taller a bit, and she goes, "We shall speak with my father." And she turns, and she crouches down, shifting into a different form as well, into another wolf form, this time into a wolf that glows with this bluish flame, the fur itself made out of flame, as she starts to lope forward quickly, keeping in line with the time crunch. And you and Jas have to kind of like run to keep up. Emilios is still just kind of flying behind you guys at a distance, keeping quiet and watching his surroundings.
Eating him was a bad idea.
I guess you'll find out. Anyway, so as you guys are rushing forward, there's a traversing of many bridges again, going through, but it seems to go a little faster this time. Almost as though with your just base very high insight, almost as though the purpose of the last longer travel, going through a very complicated way to get to the princess, it was meant to confuse, meant to be convoluted in as much as you can here, which is a lot. And in this case, she takes more of a straight shot, still complicated, but not as much. And she takes you guys downwards, down below, until you guys come to this one large bridge made out of wood and gnarled rocks and some sort of naturally formed arch here between the two plateaus, where you can see a building made out of rock using earth and elemental powers that the druids have. This large, seemingly temple that rises up on this natural arch here. And you guys go to it. It is filled with water. Like, there's pools of water where the waterfall itself is spraying this mist that seems to keep the reservoir of water that surrounds this temple here, almost like a pond on both sides of it. Keeps it filled by the water that's cascading down, though the water still falls past even farther down into the mist of the oblivion that's below the city itself. And you guys continuing forward, the wolf itself loping across the thin pools of water that make up just the reflective beauty of this temple that's just reflecting the sky and the light in such a magnificent way. And you see the fiery wolf here loping across the reflective thin line of water, thin pool of water, the puddles here, until she gets to the mouth of the temple itself and lopes inside. You guys coming forward and moving across, following after her, end up getting stopped as multiple smaller critters and different animals that had been just feeding from the water or languidly laying about in the water and stuff shift up and stand in front of you guys with spears at the ready, shifting into their human forms all of a sudden. Where at first at a distance, as you guys were loping towards it, running towards it, you guys had seen no creatures whatsoever, since they were so small, not to be seen amid the chaos and the reflection of the water. It was hard to notice until they are right in front of you, appearing as they had been pretending to be different creatures, especially water-breathing creatures, hidden within the low waters themselves. Until they saw, outsiders trying to approach, and they all shift in front of you, keeping you back, and they start muttering different words in Druidic that you don't understand, but you get the gist of, like, you're not allowed past this point, as you guys kind of stand in the puddles of water.
Fair enough.
I'm
just looking at the temple, because I've not been here.
No. This is kind of a holier place of sorts within the two sides of the cities. You've been on the east side multiple times, which is the one you actually entered from, though the west side you have not been to. The east side normally had well, actually, no. They're pretty spread out, and a lot of them actually shift where they live. Even though this is a permanent society, the people themselves, they kind of move into different places. They live nomadic within their own permanent settlement here. So there is no specific home per family here. Sometimes the chief's even himself will move between the different places amid the society here. So you would never be able to really track down anyone specifically, unless you were directly tuned into where everyone was at different times and stuff. It's an interesting society. Anyway, as you are watching for this fiery wolf to come back out, there is a lull here. There is probably about not 15 minutes, about 5 minutes or so, since you guys had told her that there was a time crunch. So you guys are kind of just like waiting here, waiting, and these druidic warriors are just kind of staring at you guys.
I'm just gonna take to my knees, and I just want to feel out the spiritual energy of the place.
Okay. Roll me a wisdom check.
I'm gonna gesture to Jaskier to sit with me.
He goes, what are we doing? and it's wet. Why are we sitting?
Okay, well, if you're gonna feel out the spiritual energy of the place, you have to be anchored to the earth, right?
That's not really my forte.
Okay, well, you're gonna learn.
He'll sit with you though. He'll try, and he'll also roll a wisdom check.
Oh,
Whoa!
all right, just a straight wisdom.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, mine's a dirty 20.
Dirty 20. He gets a natural 20. Crazy. As you guys sit down, kind of back to back here, as you guys are trying to feel out the spiritual energy of this place, you feel, you open your mind to everything, and it's not uncommon for you. You are very much used to coming toward places that have spiritual energy and being able to tap into that, and opening your mind to that. You're used to it. Jaskier, the druids themselves, same thing. Like, you are of kin in a sense while you're here. You know that they are as connected to the energies of the world as you have been as of recently, and it's almost, it's this warmth that you feel like you are wrapped in this energy. You can tell that there's multiple spirits here. There's multiple different types of spirits here. Not only are they the spirits of nature themselves that are just here. Some of the Vaudir probably, and in part here because the Vaudir are uh, all over nature. Like, they exist within nature anywhere you are. You can feel them here as warm as you could feel them coming off of uh, the large woman from before. Uh, that warmth stronger than you've probably seen it even in some druids. Um, and as you kind of like let those spirits in, you can almost see creatures moving and walking about you, like silhouettes of this bluish haze of energy amid the thin waters here, amid the waterfall and the mist that's being created. You can see reflections of them in the light reflecting off of the water. And it's an amazing experience, honestly. As you sit here connecting, uh roll me a d4.
Ooh. 2.
2. Like, just sitting here connecting to the energies around you, it's almost as though the warmth itself fills you, and in that moment you regain 2 hit dice, and you can roll them right now as you are connecting with this energy, and it seems to buoy you up.
Cool.
And Jaskier, as he's sitting here connecting, and he opens his eyes almost in this gasp, as his eyes are almost opened to the ethereal plane, is what you know you are looking upon in that moment, as you see all of this chaotic but beautiful and just magnificent wonder toward what you're seeing of the Vaudir, of the spirits of nature, of even the souls of the 2 druids in front of you. You can almost see and sense them at the same time, grander than just their mere mortal bodies can contain, because the soul is just like the spirits that are walking amongst you here and now. And he's just incredibly floored by that fact, and his eyes almost glaze over as he's almost high off of the experience, in a sense, as he rolls this natural 20, and you guys connect in such a deep way. It's like using dream moss. You guys can even start to see the threads of connections that are pulling out of you guys and connecting to the vaster world outside. He also rolls a d4, and he regains some hit dice as well, and he'll roll for those.
If he looks at Thea, Thea only has 2 threads.
Mm-hmm.
One going off towards whatever direction the capital is, and
Mm-hmm.
one faint, faint, faint one to him.
Mm-hmm. Only 2 threads?
Three.
Oh,
Wherever Akasha is.
okay, okay. I was wondering. I was just like, wait. Um,
Yeah, I forgot two towards the capital because Akasha and Merrick are both there.
yeah, got you. And he just kind of looking agape at all of his surroundings, taking it all in. It's just a lot, and he seems to almost lose himself in it for the amount of time that you guys are waiting for Nahale to return. Now he rolls 5 plus 8 plus 2, so 15 HP back for Mr. Very Low right now. Oh, I need a pencil. I don't have a pencil.
I got 13 for my 2d8s.
2d8. Okay, amazing. As you look toward the temple itself, and you're seeing into this into the beyond, basically into the elsewhere. You also see what seems to be. You can see threads that are woven. So you know the threads of fate. You've had this encounter with the threads of fate multiple times. But now you actually even see the same threads that make up the threads of fate that connect people, the soul threads themselves that connect them to their fate and connect them to each other. You can see similar threads, similar energy woven into some sort of, you know how the weaving of dream catchers looks?
Yeah.
It's the same thing, but you can see these threads that are interconnecting from the to the left, the east city of the Ati and the west city of the Ati. And this temple that sits at the center of both of these cities, at the middle here, right below this falling waterfall that cascades behind it, you can see the threads drifting from the city itself, interweaving into this large circular tapestry of sorts. Not a tapestry, that's not the word I'm looking for. What would you call a net? Almost like this large, beautiful spider webbing net, yes, of these reflective threads circle right above the temple itself. And those threads seem to pulse with different bluish, purplish energies and seem alive almost. And then you guys are being kind of shaken by the footsteps that seem to vibrate amongst the water, and as the edges of the vibrated water reaches you guys, you're shaken out of this moment of connection and lodged back into your mortal bodies and the mortal plane that you can see and hear and experience. And you look up and you see a flaming wolf standing at your side, like kind of nudging at you as you kind of blink it away.
Hi. Wow.
Kind of causes their head up.
The energy here is amazing.
Thea, what was that? Did you do something to me?
I didn't do a damn thing.
That was crazy. And he's just kind of he's more frightened, I think, by the experience than amazed and happy about it like you are. It's just a lot for just someone who's never had that kind of experience before to, it's like jumping into the deep end, and he seems to be sputtering and half drowning in it.
Welcome. Welcome to the chaos, Jess.
And he just kind of looks at you and he goes, how can you do that every day?
Well, it helps that I'm insane.
He just kind of chuckles. And you see the flaming wolf in front of you shift until she's a flaming girl instead, looking up at you, a woman. She goes, kind of cocking her head, still in the crouch of a beast at your feet here. And she goes, "You see it?"
I see it all.
She nods, deep respect, stands. She turns, and you see after that kind of like shaking from being stuck in your own body to seeing the outside world again, to seeing past her and seeing that you're surrounded by a group of druids now. They're circled around you. It is about probably 30 or so druids. And she goes, "You are unresponsive."
People, hi. Hi.
Oh, okay. Emilios is not nearby at the moment. And as you realize that, you see some druids have actually you see some druids have actually standing at the side have fought with him. They seem to have had some sort of battle, and he is presently held by some burlier men, as well as two other druids that seem to have magical spells at the ready. You recognize them as dispel magic spells, as well as just at ready for anything that he may cast.
Come on, Emilios. I told you to be on your best behavior. Where are your manners?
And he goes, "I was not trying to do anything. I was about to go and explore great and interesting, magnificent place." And he's motioning toward the temple as though he had tried to, and you can tell like the angle that he's at, he's closer than he had been before, but they seem to have all fought him down and stopped him from actually getting closer to the temple.
You'll have to forgive him. He was only our way out. By no means do I vouch for anything he might say or do. Um, kind of rude, to be honest. So anything he says to you, don't take it personally. Yeah. Hi. We're talking to your dad, right?
And you see as you say that, and Nahale is in front of you and kind of nods, she turns like just a barest twitch of her shoulder back to the crowd of druids, and they part almost like water around him as this old man steps forward, very, very old. He also has like this long flaming beard, flicks of flame rising up off of them. And you see his he has these long braided flames across his back going down, the blue of those flames seeming to be, you're not sure almost if the colors of the Ati are reflected in his flame or if the colors of the Ati reflect the color of his flames, as this chief steps forward, this age-old chief, as old as the falling stars. He is shorter, not quite a large man, smaller, and he seems to kind of be ambling on the edges of whatever long age he has. You're not actually sure anymore if he is her grandfather or if he's an ancestor even older than that. This chief of the Ati steps forward. He's standing in the water until he sits down in the lotus position, crosses his legs.
I never got up. I'm still sitting in the water.
Across his legs. And he sits across from you on equal ground. And he's about 10 feet from you on the ground here. This druid's still standing surrounding you guys. All of them tense, all of them not quite angrily tense necessarily, just tense in the sense of what's going to happen, curiosity. This man looks at you, his eyes, this flaming blue, goes, "What do you bring to our door?"
Not great news.
Understatement from next to you.
Okay, so I don't want to waste anybody's time here. There's some not great things going on in Erhen. The Tao are attacking. A lot of innocent people are dying, and we want to do something about it. And we think you're the kind of people that would help.
You hear all the druids in this circle all start shouting out loudly, angrily, speaking in words that are tumbling over themselves as all of them start speaking all up at once. All of them shouting in a language you don't understand. Some of them seem open-minded. Some of them have open faces, earnest. Some of them have angry faces. Some of them have confusion. Some of them have all just the range of emotions that are traversing all of these faces as they all surround you and uttering their opinions to the air, you can tell. And the chief himself just kind of watching you. He's going to roll an insight check. And then Nahale nearby, she goes, she adds her own voice to the crowd, and her hair starts to flame higher as she starts shouting, twitching, and like anytime you hear a loud and angry voice saying something to her left, to her right, she snaps toward them like a beast, snarling, almost prowling the edges of this circle that's around you guys, snapping at any dissenters here. As she circles back, she comes back in front of you guys, and she goes, the Ati know who their debts. They know their debts, and they pay their debts. And she snaps something else out to the crowd surrounding, and she goes, we seek peace as well. Peace cannot be found if another town is massacred by our people. And she snaps out something else to the crowd surrounding. She seems to be like trying to translate a little bit of what the discussion is at the moment, though she's still not quite translating everything that's traversing because it's just too much all at once. And Jaskier's like, are we sure they're not going to just kill us if they don't agree on something?
Not even a little. I'm going to stand up and face the crowd and just reach my hand up and going to cast a couple like light flashes.
All of them kind of shudder back and call like all you see magic start to rise around you, water start to shift in motion. You see flames start to drift across arms. You see everyone's magic starting to rise up in response to a reaction to what you're doing.
You guys are fun. Can I finish talking?
And Nahale kind of steps in front of you, arms out and like teeth bared to the group surrounding, as you see like fur start to grow, like flaming fur start to grow on her body as she starts to shift, but she doesn't actually fall into a shift.
Okay. I get you guys aren't all fans of Tall. I'll be honest, I'm not either. Tall took everything from me. I gave everything to Tall. To Taylor, I gave everything to them. And they took everything from me. I don't owe Tall anything. Tall owes me my life back. Tall owes me my family back. But you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to help them anyways. Because we're all part of the same tapestry. We all breathe the same air. We all drink the same water. We all live in the same bloody desert. Can we not get along? I won't ask you all to sacrifice your lives for people you couldn't give a shit about. But I am going to ask you, maybe you could give a shit about them. Because I do. even if they kind of screwed me over. For the innocent ones, at least.
Jaskier's kind of looking at you with wide eyes, as well as just entranced eyes. Your words seeming to have caught on to his, into the words in his own mind very well. Roll me a persuasion check, though, for the crowd at large. Here we go. Moment of truth.
Moment of truth. Moment of truth. All right. That's really good. These are big numbers. 27.
27. Okay. And his roll here. As the cacophony rises again after your words are spoken, and you hear the snapping of druidic in from the left to the right, and you hear her snarling and snapping at them back in equal measure, and you can tell she is acting as protector as well as defender verbally in multiple ways here, right? But then you see the small diminutive man, the chief, sitting on the floor at your feet here as you're standing and addressing the crowd at large. He raises his staff, just the barest hint, maybe an inch off of his lap, and all of the druids in the surrounding circle quiet to nothing, until all you can hear is the roar of the cascading waterfall behind you. And it goes, "The Ati have sought peace many years, eons. This is the path I have brought you as I have seen it, as the will the earth has for us." And he looks out upon the crowd and he goes, "Our people are not better or separate. We are all of the material plane, and we must protect the material plane." And everyone kind of nods at that, stepping back, shoulders shrugging a bit, and everyone kind of relaxing into the recalling of their duty here. He goes, "You call us to a mortal fight. We've been dragged into this mortal fight already." He goes, "It must end. And if this happens, it will be prolonged." And he stands up, using his staff to push himself to standing. He goes, "Nahale, you will be chief soon. And you must know fighting is never the answer. How will you end this fight of the Tao without fighting?" And Holly kind of like steps back a half step. She goes, "We must fight. That is the only way I see." And he goes, he shakes his head, and he looks at you, Thea, and Jaskier, and he goes, "If we fight our sister tribes, it will just cause more war to continue and to disintegrate our societies even more until we are crushed beneath our tallin foes. We cannot lose our sisters by battling them here." And then he turns back to Nahale and he goes, "There are other ways, and as chieftain you must find them." He makes a motion out toward the temple. He goes, You know the connections we hold dear. Find one to end this war. And he turns and he stalks toward the temple, and the druids themselves, all kind of dispersing confusion around, and Nahale kind of taking a stumble step back as her flames sort of dim a little bit at her, around her.
I kind of step in towards her. I think I've got one.
She looks at you, askance.
Just put my hand out towards her. Together?
She clasps the hand. She goes, the connections you speak of, it could be anything. She's going to roll an insight check, actually.
Isn't that exciting?
When you say the word exciting, her eyes kind of flash with flame, and she goes, no, I think I have it. And it is actually exciting. She leans into you. She goes, what do you know of the djinn? And
nothing.
With that, we'll take a little break because we're at 2 hours. So, cool. I'm gonna go get a snack because I'm starving, but this is going well. Oh, I love experiencing the Ati. I actually wasn't sure if we'd ever actually meet the Ati and get to see their place and everything. So this
okay, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little bit blown away. When you said Ati tribe, I was expecting like the Torsten Jiraki tribe. I was not expecting a whole freaking city.
So they are. Yeah, no, it's a whole thing.
Go get your snack. Just know you're pleasantly blown away.
I appreciate it. We'll get the snack. I'll explain in a second. Okay. Hello.
Hello. I am so hyped right now. I don't mind if we would like to continue eating a little bit.
Oh yeah. Oh
Because,
man.
oh my word, the worst time for me to be eating during session is during one of these.
Mm-hmm.
I've never had so much trouble eating during session because it's you or me talking at all times.
Same. Same. No, I totally get you.
I don't mind.
What are you eating?
Wait, I have nuggets.
Hmm. I found some leftover pizza. My mom makes homemade pizza and stuff, so.
I make homemade pizza.
Mm. My grandma used to make like a whole bunch and then freeze it. And it's very reminiscent of what my grandma used to make.
That's so fun.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I just caffeinated. I've
Mm.
not had caffeine like all day. I'm so hyped.
Amazing. I will say a lot of those descriptions were flowing really well. And I was like, I was so into it too. No, the fact that you can like wanted to sit down and connect with the spirits and stuff, like that was a cool factor that I did not think would like be coming up. Or more so, like I hadn't clearly thought it through, like what kind of spiritual center that would be until you said it, and then it all came together, and I was like, oh, I know what this like, what kind of spiritual essence would be here. Like, I knew the connections, and yet they hadn't come together until you had brought it to life, you know?
I love that even though this session has nothing to do with Carholic, it's all about Carholic.
Everything connects back. Mm-hmm.
It all connects back.
To an extent. All the stuff that's like, the Ati not only connect to you through your mom, through the Vodier, through that, all those things,
but through the
elemental in ways that you aren't aware. And it connects to Nemo in a sense.
And to Nemo?
Mm-hmm. It's in different ways. Like yours is the most clear.
Obvious, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I am so intrigued. I guess we'll never find out how it connects to Nemo. But I had no idea about
connection. Nemo's connection is probably the loosest, but in the sense of the magic and stuff, he would have had the connection there.
Mm. Oh, okay. We would all have a connection to it, like spiritually.
Story.
Okay, spiritually. Story-wise. Okay, cool. I'm interested. I'm very interested because I know Shai has a connection, or Erhen knows that Shai has a connection through the shaman.
Mm-hmm.
And it is killing me. I have so many Carholic questions for the Ati that Thea doesn't give a shit about.
So hard. So funny.
I want to know. I want to know all things.
I just love it. I just love the Ati so much. Way back when I was like creating the tribes and stuff, I was like, I'd come up with the different concepts for them and like their basic connections to the world and all that. But then I was like, okay, so wait, what do I want to base them off of and everything? And so I was all doing the native tribes in my head, stuff like that. But then I was looking up like Pinterest, like things for inspiration. Just because just general vibes. I love Pinterest for because it kind of like, you know, gives you like a cool mysterious vibe or whatever. Anyway, I stumbled on some fan art for Atlantis, right? And then I was like, oh, that old man, that is the Ati. The Ati are this Atlantis society. Granted, it's more forestry and like more Darugma wild jungle vibes kind of thing than it is underwater vibes. but I was like all for it.
I'm all for it. I'm so down. I'm so hyped.
The connection that you made for her being a Genasi, because there were already Genasi, connections that were made previously because of your mom and stuff like that, and your descendant, your ancestry through the tribe and stuff. So having another Genasi did make sense, but then that kind of like brought some other story stuff into solidification with the Ati, so that was really cool. So I'm so down with now this man has been ages old and he's been here this whole time and everything. This old Genasi man who's never died because he's just a level 20 druid and they're immortal basically.
They never freaking die. They pretty much don't die until they want to, right?
Mm-hmm.
Until they're like
until they pass on the torch. My headcanon for him, as just a meta thing that has nothing to do with anything, is that he's just been waiting for a descendant of his to be actually good enough to take over the role, basically. So hopefully that'll be Nahale. We'll see.
Atsila Nahale.
Mm-hmm. Love her. Anyway,
I did think that she was gonna go by. I kind of thought you went by like the first of your outsider name. How Adahi goes by Adahi Anu.
That's a good point. I think I just chose Nahale because that was the fire kind of thing aspect of her name in my mind. So I think I just chose that one for no reason.
Atsila is actually the fire
part. Okay, good to know then. I had just gone with
forest fire because
Atsila I was thinking was harder to say, so I think I just went with Nahale because that was the easiest one to say.
Sure,
but I also assumed it was the fire part.
Let it be noted that I did not intentionally give her a name to make her sound like Karhale.
Oh, I did not notice that, but that's funny.
Yeah, let that be known. I intended for her to go by Atsila.
I had found a name for her for the chief that was way close to Karhale too, and I was like, whoa, let's not do that.
Yeah, we already struggled enough with Kanari and Karhale.
Tokala Sani Tassela. I love the name Tassela though. Falling Stars.
Okay, I got that. I can do that one. But the whole name, see, I made it pronounceable. So like, yeah, you might need to hear Tala Atsila Nahale more than once, but once you get it, it's not that hard. I will never be able to do the one that you just said.
Oh, Tokala Sani Tassela. It's honestly not difficult. It's just long.
No, it's just by the time you get to the end of it, I've forgotten the first part.
Yeah.
So I couldn't repeat it back to you, even if I tried. I would need to write it down.
He's meant to have like certain characters should have this long name that gives them like a weird amount of like power to them,
airs and stuff.
Yeah, it gives a certain amount of mystery,
Got that certain je ne sais quoi.
Yeah, I loved that like little D&D meme thing or whatever that was like, I want the stats to be je ne sais quoi.
Yes.
Riz. The what?
The cut of my jib.
Yes. So funny. So funny. Like that whole thing just made me laugh out loud when I was like skipping things.
I think a genuine I want to run a one shot where those are the stats. I think it would be funny.
I'm so down. That would be hilarious. Anyway,
let's do it.
So let's get back in this. Okay, so she leans into you with flame, like her eyes kind of flaming in determination and excitement as she says, and she asks like, what do you know of the Jinn? And you say absolutely nothing. She goes,
but I love you and I'm here for the ride.
She turns to, she makes a motion at another druid who kind of stalks forward. It seems one of the casters that had been keeping Emilios at bay. And she goes, your friend will have to, and she makes kind of a sarcastic eyebrow roll twitch thing about the friend. Almost more of a snuffle, like a wolf snuffle than anything at the name. And she goes, your friend will have to exit the city sooner than later.
I kind of figured, but I kind of like get her to lean into me because she's tall. So he's kind of our way out. So this is definitely a later problem, but we do kind of need to get back to the capital city, Eralt. They're kind of under siege too. Totally separate siege, totally separate problem. That's a problem for later us, but we do kind of need to get back, and there's a good shot we could get him to teleport us back. But if somebody could teleport us back, then we don't need him.
We can get you back to the city if that's what you need.
You can get rid of him if you need.
And she makes a bit of a nod.
You don't have to kill him.
She looks back at you.
I feel kind of bad. I mean, actually, do what you want. Don't tell me. I don't want to know.
She goes, we won't kill him. But she chuckles at the implication. She goes, I don't think it would do us very well to kill a Kellen mage if we're trying to end a war with Tule. But
if you do, make sure he's like real dead. Because I don't want this guy coming after me. I have enough problems, you know.
She goes, I don't think you understand how well the voices travel here. And she makes a motion at the acoustics of the area, and you hear Emilios, who's a couple hundred feet away, is like, I can hear you perfectly from where I'm at. And she just kind of chuckles and she goes, we are not going to kill you. We're just sending you back out into the forest, and you can make your way from there. Just don't come back here. And she makes like a motion with her hand.
And I think Emilios is like super cool. He's a great caster, has been really helpful to us.
Don't bother. As he's being like,
you know you love me, Emilios. Buddy.
With your high insight, you can still tell he's he's pretty amused by the antics. He's not holding it against you necessarily. He'd probably allow someone to murder you guys as well, to be honest. But he still likes
you. Fair enough. Okay.
But yeah, so he's dragged out of the city, seemingly to be released back into the forest with a warning, if not magical compelling to make him leave. But and he'll be able to get back home on his own. Apparently, they'll be able to bring you back to the city by whatever means that might imply. But she goes, so as far as I understand about the attack going on, you say the Dao was making an attack on Erhen, correct?
Yeah, so long story short, there's a bunch of undead also attacking, and the Dao are kind of using that as a nice little opportunity to get the city down while it's weak. So we know about these.
They are very tactical in that way. They were probably waiting for the best chance to invade, so to speak. Do you know if it is only the Dao, would you be aware of such a thing?
I look over to Jaskier.
Jas goes, I was speaking with my sister, and I don't think she would know the difference, whether Dao or not, just the druids. And she goes, the last I heard of the Dao, they were weakened because of some battle with the Chindi recently. So they had called upon their closer tribe, the Rayo, to come and join them in their attacks upon the main Tal cities.
Oh, so that's less than ideal. Okay.
Even if I were to convince my people to lead an attack to match them, my father is correct. If we start a war between our tribes, their wars will never end. And she turns off into the distance and she goes, we know of someone connected to the real, a sister to those who lead. She turns back to you. She came here to seek a connection we have, a secret we keep.
Love secrets.
We keep many. I'm sorry, but you cannot know of them. Though perhaps this one you will have to know. And she starts to walk toward the temple. And she turns back to you. She goes,
I'm really trustworthy.
She kind of...
I'm a holy person.
That's true. Roll persuasion check.
I am playing the right character for this.
Yes, you are. And Jas goes, I am also very trustworthy. I do not share information that is not necessary for anything. And she kind of looks at him.
He even has a hard time sharing information that is necessary and helpful to himself and possible future relationships. What?
A little more information than she needed. What did you roll?
That would be a... Sorry, 9s are hard for me to mentally add. 22.
Oh my goodness. Okay. She goes, you may accompany. But not you. And just like, what? Okay. I'm not gonna be saying anything. Who would I tell? Who would I tell?
I don't know. Maybe your druid girlfriend who has a suspiciously similar accent to everyone here.
and she kind of cocks her head
as I walk back and follow her.
And you do the kind of like swaying back to front motion there. She does pause at the steps up into the temple, rising up out of the water and upwards. The stone itself seems to be weirdly dry in such a misty area here. And she pauses, turns back to you, and she goes, there is one caveat to you coming inside.
As long as it's not that I have to stay here forever, we're good.
You are funny. And she makes a motion at... she goes, that is sometimes the caveat that is given, and she makes a motion at some statues that line the inside. You can see inside the mouth of this temple here, and you can see statues of different humanoid individuals lining up the sides. And she looks back at you with an intense look in her eyes. I kid with you. Those are both all created by our druid craftsmen. Don't worry. She steps forward. She turns to a fountain that's at the center of this kind of opening front room of this temple here. As you step up the steps, as you go up the steps here, you see the square rectangular fountain at the center with water that seems to be glowing, actually. And it's got these whisper threads lining the water all throughout, almost like you know the glowing water of Hawaii, in Moana, the water that she follows, that glowing water. It's like that, but threads of that kind of bright, glowing cerulean water throughout this little rectangular fountain here. There's lotus flowers and the leaves of the lotus within the water, just gently floating on it. And she goes, these are the memories of those that entered the temple. And she goes, the caveat would be, as you come inside, you must leave your memories here after we fight together.
I don't understand. Hold on.
The
So
secrets of
like,
the druids must stay within the Ati.
oh, not like all of my memories, just those, the secret ones.
Yes.
Okay. So question, what would be the point of me getting them in the first place if I have to give them back as soon as I leave?
As in, you will need to know as far as you can, you will need to know what's going on as we fight.
Okay. Following.
And the ability to remove memories such as this can only work on those willing to lose them.
So like
Forcing a
after the
memory out
fight.
of someone
So you're saying
is far more
like
difficult, and you cannot take as much memory.
okay.
Normally, it's kept to about 10 or so minutes of time that you can remove. But if those are willing to lose such a memory, to give it up, so to speak, you can take far more.
Okay. Gotcha. Cool. So this would be like we after the fight thing or not fight,
After the fight.
diplomatic resolution.
After the diplomatic resolution.
So after that, then you'd have to take them, and you're not going to take like anything else, right? There's not like a little memory tax or something on this exchange.
She kind of cocks her head a bit.
I don't like your hesitation.
She goes, "It is up to you. If you wish to come inside, that is the price you must pay.
I'll give them back.
And if you cannot give them back, in the end, you must stay with the Ati forever."
Is there any context in which I would be unable to give them back?
A lack of understanding of your own self spiritually. Your friend is not aware of himself in such a way to be able to give up such memories.
Oh, see, yeah, I totally agree with you. Good call on not bringing him in. Yeah, I'm
Only
totally
the
cool with that.
spiritually apt are able.
I am very spiritually apt.
All right then. And she turns back to the front and leads you inside, deeper into the temple. You pass multiple, not real humanoid statues, apparently. All of them seem to depict different. Well, actually, roll me a nature check as you kind of walk by this line of statues here.
Natural one. So,
Natural. You have no idea who these things are.
wait, it gets better. Natural one. So 0.
Oh, amazing. You're not even sure if they're humanoids or not, or like mortals or whatever kind of creatures, but they're all something. They're definitely something. Maybe it's your angle that's a little off. As you're walking through. You pass the fountain of memories here and you go deeper into the temple itself. Now, as you guys go through, you pass what seems to be some sort of throne of sorts, probably something that the chief will sit on at times, surrounded by multiple scrolls and shelves of scrolls specifically, as well as different pools of water, different bowls of water, large ceramic bowls that are built into the ground themselves. Each one reflecting a different tone of water. She steps up to one of them, dips her hand into it, and she starts to stir it up. And this, it's kind of an orange umber tone of water that she's swirling in this bowl here. And she kind of beckons you forward to lean into it. And as you look over into the reflection, instead of reflecting her face or your face as you lean over it, you can see the reflection of what seems to be memories of someone else, others, all of them swirling in front of you. And you somehow know that that's what you're seeing as you're looking into it. And she like dips down her hand to. She actually doesn't drink of it or pass it to you. She drops it back into the pool. She goes, "Perhaps this is more than you should see, even with the loss that you will give." But she turns to you and she goes, We allowed another individual into our temple recently. The sister. Uh, the sister of the one who rides his enemy's horse, the leader of the Rio. And she was here so that she could find some sort of way to find resolution for the Rio, to find a way to get them to stop attacking the Tal. She wants peace like I do, like we do. She was here to try to find a path, and to do so she needed to look into our past. We were founded, and she kind of motions toward the bowl, and you see what looks to be a giant creature in the distance, hovering above trees, above cliffs, raging war and raging magic upon the druids of old. Our people came together to fight such creatures, such elemental power we had to harness to fight them ourselves. Not all of them were evil, but most of them were. Enough wanted destruction, enough were perverted by something, or just that was the way they had been born. We do not know. But we were able to fight them off with some help, some advice of sorts, some training from their own. I am a product of one of them. My ancestors had connected with an Ifriti a long time ago, and that connection is apparent in my blood. There are others in our tribes that have ancestors connected to others, other of the genie. And in this case, we don't still have the connections. Most of them are lost to us, but we are presently closest to one of them, the Jinn. We showed the path to this Ipiso from the Reo tribe. She's, like her namesake, she's trying to find the light for her people. And to do so, she needs to find the one who helped found our peoples. We used to be one tribe, you understand. The Ati, the Dao, the Ao, all of us used to be one in this side of the world. And so she will try to find a way to connect them back to our mindset of peace, connect them back to their old duties, their old promises. And perhaps she can find that way through the Jinn. If we can bring her back, perhaps she can convince the Reo to leave the fight. The Dao are less, they are weak at the moment. The Reo are the ones that are leading the charge. Without them, hopefully, it could end the conflict. But we need to find her. We know the path she was set on. If we can catch her, we can bring her back, convince her to help us, and stop the fight as it goes.
Okay. Processing. Hold on. That's a lot. Super cool, by the way. Can I keep that? Or is that part of the things that I have to give back? Or is that just if I drink the water? Can I keep that?
She kind of like, roll persuasion check. We'll go with that.
I'm gonna be kind of honest with you. I don't really have anyone I would tell. But I like the idea, knowing where all the magic came from, knowing what Jadith manipulates, what she gives to me, being able to see everything she does, see all the spirits. I want to see more.
Roll persuasion.
28.
28? Okay.
It's a
She gives
natural. It's a natural 19.
19.
Plus
Amazing. Okay. So she goes, hmm. If I am to be chief, I have to protect my people at all cost. I would let you keep your memories in the event that I could ensure that you wouldn't be able to share it. It would be good to have someone on the outside that can understand our duties. Our people are secretive, and it makes doing our duties more difficult without people understanding what we're trying to do as we do it. We protect this plane from the powers of the primordial planes. The energies that are used and harnessed by the Jinn and the others like it. We harness for the good of this plane. She goes, perhaps those in power outside of our tribe could help us keep our duties, do them well. She considers. Would you be willing to take a suggestion from one of our shaman?
Absolutely.
All right. Then I will not keep.
I mean,
And
I get that you have to do the whole like magical assurance thing, but you have my word
she
that I will
goes,
never tell a member of the non-druid community.
she goes, I appreciate your word, but we have lived a long time. The chief has lived a long time, and he has seen many words broken, whether by voluntary use purposes or involuntary ones.
I don't mind.
But she smiles at you and she goes, you are a different Talin than I've ever met.
I think that's a good thing.
I think so. And she strides out of the temple. Her flaming hair kind of leaving smoky wisps on your shoulder as she'd been standing so close to you that some of the flame had traveled to your arm. And it was a little unnerving at first, but it doesn't burn. So you just kind of let the warmth travel over you and disperse as she's moved away at this point.
I think she said something about like if I don't give him back, I have to stay. Would that really be that bad? I follow after. So like just hesitate, like just sitting there thinking for a second, then she's almost out. She probably dog.
Yeah. She turns back to you as you leave the rooms of the different bowls of memories. And you know now that like the fountain itself that you passed by, there's different kinds of bodies of water within the temple itself. And you can tell that all of these bodies of water probably hold memories of different types, different secrets, different thoughts that have descended through the ancestors of the Druid tribes, eons that they've been here. You come out on the other side, out of the mouth of this temple here, and you kind of pass by a little unnervingly at all the memories of this place that have been left in the fountain as you step out.
As we're passing by the fountain, I kind of look up to her as we're walking. I'm not gonna lie, I'm really struggling not to touch the water, and it's only out of my respect for you that I'm not doing it.
She turns to you and she goes, I would not hold it against you if you couldn't help. She goes, I know I as a child could not help but look. And when she says look, it seems to have a deeper meaning than just.
Can I touch it?
She goes, I suppose my trust will be played out in you now. Touch what you will.
I'll touch
What do you wish to touch? The fountain?
Oh, wait. What were the things? What were the things that I could touch?
So there were bowls of water, and there's just generally. Every statue has a pool of water that it's standing in as well. But there's the fountain of water, there's the bowls of water that seems to have the tones to them, the colors of them, back in the previous room. And there's 5 bowls in the previous room. Sorry, 4 bowls in the previous room with the different tones. And there's deeper rooms that you haven't entered, which presumably would have more bowls.
Which one's your favorite?
She goes, this one. And she takes a turn down into a room you haven't entered. And in this one, you can see what looks to be how would this look? Multiple different plants. You know how in, I forget what it's called, but it's where you're growing plants in just water instead of soil.
Propagating.
Say it again. Propagating. Okay, so then you see multiple propagating plants, multiple loose roots where you can see what looks to be glass holding different long cylindrical vases of greenish hewn water with these different types of plants growing out of them. You don't recognize them. You're not experienced in this. You kind of cock your head and think, oh, Jaskier might have been able to recognize a bunch of these. All of them you definitely know are magical, though. And in each one, and she brings your, which one should she lead you to? She goes to the one on the farthest right side, the first one in this line. She goes, this is the oldest of all of them. And she goes, this is my favorite. And you have no idea what the plants might signify, but you walk up and you stick your fingers into the greenish glowing water here, and you open your eyes into a different place, into a vision of a world with a beautiful, beautiful purple sky. And you inherently know that you came here, you made this place as a home for your people, a place that they could be safe, a haven that they could return to, because you spoke with him and he told you that Corey would die, Dalcor would be destroyed, and you knew that you had to make somewhere that they could go, somewhere they could escape to, and he would bring them here. He promised to bring them here, but they didn't make it. And then you kind of like the shivers of such a memory burn in you. Almost roll me a Constitution saving throw. Actually, Constitution saving throw.
That's bad. That's a 7.
7. Okay, so you feel this shuddering through your body. It's almost like poisonous, feeling the memories of someone else. It's you somehow know all of a sudden that it's poison to you as a person. Just to understand something that's not yours to understand. It's a spiritual illness, a spiritual poison almost. Go ahead and roll me. You got a 7, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's pretty rough. Go ahead and roll me 3 d12s. And she looks at you kind of askance. She goes, oh, I did not think as you're kind of shuddering back, and you feel yourself convulsing, and you start to have like a seizure on the floor.
That could have been so much worse. I got
Mhm.
3, a 2, and a 4.
So much better.
So only 9.
And you feel yourself like foaming, starting to foam at the mouth before you kind of spit it out, and you spit out what looks to be like some sort of greenish liquid substance, something that's like just causing you to convulse here. Anyway, you spit it out, and you're kind of choking on it, and your brain hurts, and you feel the beginning of a migraine that starts to take over. Um, and your vision starts to kind of narrow a bit, and it's hard. You are presently poisoned.
Great.
And she goes, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I should have known. I am.
Was awesome. Not the worst first date I've had. Great time. Is the poison thing permanent?
It should wear off soon. Probably sooner if I can find. I'll get you something before we leave.
Cool.
I'm so sorry. I should have warned you. It is hard on the mind at times.
That was awesome.
Okay. Um, Purely because I have the type of blood I have, it's not quite as hard on me, but it can still damage. She gives you kind of a hand up, pulling you to your feet. She goes, what did you think? These are the memories of old. These are old, ageless.
What was that place?
Oh, well, oh, and she kind of turns. She goes, I don't know how you might say it in your language. We think of them as the well. These were some people that our people took in. Some creatures of sorts. We call them the Ojibe. The Ojibe.
Bless you.
The Ojibe. They. I don't. It's hard to explain exactly, but in essence, we welcomed them into our society, and they taught us things. They gave us powers that we did not have. They created things for us that we could not create for ourselves. And we helped them in turn, and we helped them find a place in this world.
Are these like the spirits?
Yes, I guess you would say so.
Well, like
Um,
the nature ones, the ones that I saw outside. Outside
Not
the
quite.
for there?
The Vodir are older somehow. They they are more in essence with nature than these creatures are. These creatures are almost separate from nature, separate, different. But we did help them become something like the Vodir. With our magics, our abilities, we were able to meld them with the magic of the world itself. Um, they did not have their own bodies, and we were able to help that work for them, I suppose.
Huh.
So, in a sense, they are like the Vodir now. They 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 still live, as far as I understand, or at least their descendants would.
Huh.
Um, I
That's amazing.
believe I believe the Talin people might refer to them as something. They see them at times. Soars. I've heard them called something like that.
Have I ever seen a soar?
I'd say you've never encountered one. You've heard of them though.
Yeah.
Spirits in the desert that just hover and watch at times, and they're bad luck.
Huh. See, I was always told they were bad luck.
She goes, I suppose it depends on what they wish to do.
Then again, I don't really think I believe in luck.
You are luck itself, my darling.
She kind of blushes a little bit, but all right. Let's go over hand. Cool.
Let us find Ipiso. She kind of, as you guys make your way out of the temple, she leads you.
As she walks away, who is he?
To whom are you referring?
Back there, it felt like he was supposed to bring them the spirits. He was supposed to bring them to that place, and he didn't, and now it's empty.
To be honest, I've never been able to drink in all of the memories myself. It's too much for any one person to actually fathom. I have seen more than perhaps what you have seen. Destruction, much despair and sadness, loss. The Obije, the Ojibe have lost everyone that they once knew. They were the only ones left, as far as they understood. And as far as I understand, perhaps he was, maybe it was one of their own. Perhaps it was one of their gods. It was someone who had sworn to help and never came through.
It was probably Taylor. That wasn't super funny.
I don't believe it was.
No. Let's go find your friend Parasol.
And she leads you past, finds Jaskier. Jaskier's like, so wait, what happened? Kind of falling into step next to you.
If I told you, I'd have to kill you.
And she looks back. Nahale looks back at you guys with a little bit of a stink eye. She goes, I would have to kill you first. And Jaskier's like, okay.
Not if I kill him first.
And she chuckles as she leads the way to a large tree. And you see sitting in the tree, this very large tree. It's thick. The stump itself is larger than a lot of the big trees that you've even seen coming into this direction leading to the Ati civilization here. And you see a man with salt and pepper hair, a braided beard, goatee around him, and he's sitting in the tree, and you guys can see like a cloud of vapor rising up off of him, and he seems to be smoking at the moment, something or other. You guys come to the bottom and you see Nahale kind of kick the base of the tree here, and it resounds all the way up, and he kind of like jumps a little bit, looks down, and he goes, oh, the daughter, why'd you come to me? And she goes, please come down, we need your help, unfortunately. And he goes, oh, don't be that way, Nahale. Or shall I say Tala? She goes, I don't like that name. And he goes, but it's so adorable and it fits you ever since you were a little child running around like the puppy you were, as he kind of jumps down from the tree. And
I give her a look.
He holds down onto like a thin vine that kind of extends down almost magically, lowering him down to the ground here, lands next to you guys. She goes, I don't want to use my magic for this, and you're not doing anything better with your time, so you might as well do this for us. And he goes, oh, you seem to always undermine my duties, which I dutifully carry out every day. Turns to you guys, and outsiders, I suppose I am working with. And she goes, don't even start. Kind of giving him a glare, and this guy goes, hello, I am Hanya. It is a pleasure to meet you, if that is the turn of phrase that you people use.
Generally. Hi, you seem like fun.
You seem like great fun yourself, my dear. Perhaps you can. No, no, we have something to get to. We are on a time crunch.
Time crunch. Time crunch. Forgot about that. Yes, time crunch.
Ah, yes, it is always the way with this one. Time, time, time. See, you must learn. Time is but a construct. It is more social than it is
No, I
reality.
totally agree with you, and I would love to talk to you about this at great length, but people are dying. And I'd
Yes,
like to keep that
my family may be one of those people dying. If you could just move us along, please. Um,
again, would love to discuss this with you at great length later.
and Hania goes, all right then, I suppose I can send you along your way. Where do you say you're going? And she goes, send us to the tree. And he goes, you will have to be more specific. And she goes, no, I don't. And his face kind of sobers a little bit. I haven't sent someone to that tree this many times for many years. And he puts his hand on the trunk of this tree. And he goes, good luck. As he
Hey, it's
starts to pour his magic into it.
ah, shit.
The tree itself starts to pulse and to glow. And he goes, what?
Ah.
You can say it.
I don't know if any of you guys can heal, but my friend here is kind of beat up, and if we're gonna be going into any sort of fight, I would rather him not die because his girlfriend is really scary, and I don't want her to beat me up.
Fair, fair.
Guys,
He had started casting the spell, and he goes, really? And he kind of like shuts it off.
like absolutely terrifying. Spiky rocks, looks like she was like straight carved out of a mountain. Her arms, like I probably couldn't wrap both of my hands around them.
Okay, you are exaggerating. That is not true.
Terrifying woman. Um,
But that is true. Fair. And he goes, all right, all right. This is part of my duties too, apparently, healing outsiders. And he makes a look at Nahale, and Nahale just kind of shrugs and makes a motion with her hand. And he steps forward, claps a hand to Jaskier's back, like harsher than it should have been. He's like, ow! But the magic settles in, and it does heal him for a 3rd level cure wounds.
sweet. Excellent.
3, 6, 9 plus. Okay. Cool.
Sweet. You are amazing.
Above half health points.
You're amazing, Hania, and fantastic. Don't you forget it. Again, would love to come back, talk to you at great length about how time is an arbitrary construct.
But you have a time crunch. Understood. I hope you all have a marvelous trip and try not to die. Try not to let the tree kill you.
Sorry, that's an option?
And he puts his hand on the trunk itself, and the power surges through it again, and it starts to glow in this bright golden portal as it starts to open up. The tree itself starting to like tear itself apart, the trunk opening until you can see through it and see on the other side a great pale looking tree.
As I'm about to step forward into it, I stop for a second and turn back to him. This isn't going to rearrange our limbs, right?
And he goes, let's hope it doesn't.
This again. And walks through.
And Holly rushes in after you, and Jaskier, a little bit more suspicious, steps through gingerly, trying to avoid the edges as well as he can. Now, as you guys reappear on the other side, you open you stepped through, and you're opening your eyes to a very very cold, very cold other side. You think you're probably farther north than you've ever been, because it's cold here and you're seeing something that you don't recognize. Actually, it's thick, it's white, and it's cold, and you think you might have heard stories about such a thing. Maybe it's called snow. And you realize you are not dressed for this. But as Nahale steps through, she is presently wearing a fur coat, as she is now in the form of a wolf. Looks up at you, cocks her head.
Don't think I like this very much.
Jaskier stumbles through and is like, no warning whatsoever that we're stepping into the cold. And the little wolf in front of you kind of looks back at you, still flaming fire, and makes a little bit of a whine, like a baleful whine, whimper. And you realize she might not have actually thought through that you would need coats, because it doesn't occur to her, as she doesn't really travel with people like you.
Nope, it's fine. Lead the way, Tala.
Mm-hmm. And she nods, and she starts to move forwards toward a gigantic tree. So the giant tree that you saw back in the Ati tribe, you see what looks to be something similarly huge. A very tall, pale, like aspen tree almost. So it's more trunk than it is branches, in a sense. And she walks toward the base of it. And at the base, she starts to kind of sniff around it, and she's going to look for basically the notch. She sniffs around, struggling to find it a bit, and until she does start to dig in one spot, and she noses at something, and you guys hear a bit of a click, until the wood at the base here starts to shiver and shimmer, and the magical almost portal shivers into existence in front of it, and you can see what almost looks like some sort of it doesn't look like a staircase, more like a ladder kind of set up here, and it's and she steps through. Do you step through?
Yeah.
Okay. So you step into it, and Jess, you're kind of stepping in behind you, and you guys step into what feels very warm on the inside of this tree, apparently. The trunk itself is about 30 feet wide in diameter here. And at the inside here, you see a long ladder of sorts rising up into the trunk that seems to all be hollow from the inside here, from what you can tell.
Might need thumbs for a ladder. Looking at the
Mm-hmm. And she kind of looks at you and shifts into a different form that can fly. She shifts into what looks to be a winter owl.
asshole.
And she starts to rise, fluttering upwards, with a bit of a hoo, 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 back down to you.
I got it. Start climbing.
Jaskier's like, do you realize how high this is? If we fall, we're going to fall far.
Clap a hand on his shoulder. Try not to fall then.
Mm-hmm. As you guys go upwards, go ahead and roll me a general dexterity check. Acrobatics.
Acrobatics.
Okay. I will accept athletics as well, if you have a better athletics.
No, I do not, Elizabeth. No, I do not.
Jazz has pretty good on both counts.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you're a martial character and not a caster. My athletics My athletics is +0. My acrobatics is a +2.
Amazing.
Gave me a 19. So not
Mhm.
too shabby.
Nice, nice. So as you guys are going upwards, okay, 19, you're good enough. So you guys climb all the way to the top. It's a long way. It takes you guys about maybe 20 minutes to get all the way to the top here. 30 minutes upwards of that. And once you get to the top though, you are you come to what looks to be some sort of wooden door, probably put here by other druids and everything. And she is sitting there waiting for you guys at the top here, kind of just hanging her foot, looking at you guys with her flaming hair, kind of just drifting and catching on the wood next to her, but not actually physically burning it.
You know, I'm getting pretty sick of all of these people who can fly.
She goes, "Perhaps you should learn how."
Is that an offer?
She goes, "Perhaps not the secrets of the druids I will share with you today." And she turns to the door and starts to fumble with it to open it. She doesn't have a key, and it doesn't seem to be locked necessarily, but it seems to be stuck. And she goes, "Huh. There is no lock on this, so I'm not sure exactly why it is stuck unless it is a physical problem on the outside of the door. Perhaps you can attempt to shove it open. Who is stronger between the two of you?"
How about you use those pretty eyes of yours to tell me?
And she rolls her eyes and motions Jaskier forward, and Jaskier is like, "Okay." Steps around you, goes up to the door, and he's gonna make a break for it. Come on. Wow, I'm rolling so bad for this dude.
You can do it. Guidance. He already rolled, didn't he?
Struggles against it. He'll try again. This one will be a little harder, but guidance will help, hopefully. Oh my gosh.
I didn't
all
say
the dice are sucking for me right now. For him specifically. For other people, not so much. That one's better. Plus guidance. Was that enough? Nope. So that's 12 with that stuff, plus his 16. It's not quite it. And he goes, "Okay, I feel like physically shoving it's not going to do the trick. Do we have anything else?"
Well, if you'd convince your girlfriend to come with us, she could probably open this.
And he goes, "Yes, I admit that is true. Okay?" And she goes, "Well, perhaps I could just burn it down. I just feel bad burning one of my ancestors, you know. It's fine. We'll fix it
I would
later."
love to see you burn something down.
And she kind of gives you a bit of a look, a bit of a wink as she turns toward it, and you see it light up on fire with her burning hands. So she's gonna just set it on fire and burn it down. Burn it down. Let me make sure she can do that. Actually, you can cast the burning hands or straight.
She has, yeah. I think she has. She also has a produce flame cantrip.
Mm-hmm. That's not going to really do the trick to burn this wall down, though. It's a thick old door, so she's going to be like burning through it, kind of thing. So she sets on fire, and it seems to be pretty localized since the whole thing seems to be pretty controlled by her. As she's controlling it and shaping it to what she needs, burning a hole big enough for you guys. And then as she ends her flames and stuff, you see cold air, cold snow being blown through, like from the blizzard that's raging outside. And she goes, "Oh, it seems he is no longer unaware of our presence. That was another reason for me not using my very flashy powers, but the blue flame itself starts to ebb away until it turns orange flame as it's
Sorry.
separating from her will." She goes, "Oh, the djinn."
The djinn's here. I thought
Well,
we were seeing your friend Parasol.
Ipuso is here, and she is here to appeal to the Jinn. We are following after her, and you know, catching her so that we can bring her back.
Mm-hmm.
Of
So
course.
the Jinn's up here on the top of the tree?
Um, More so, he's up in the sky, and we are at the top of the tree so that we can get as close as we can to him to speak.
Oh, cool. I love heights.
Keep in mind, he has many pieces of himself that tend to keep creatures away from him. He doesn't like to be disturbed. So just be prepared for that. The wind can be quite harsh up high. Good luck. And she steps out into the raging storm of the blizzard,
Oh, it's mm,
and the
mm.
wind, whistling wind, blowing through the hole itself, pushing back on you. And Jess is like, "So you're saying we're going to be fighting wind monsters this high up in the on top of a tree?"
God, I love her. I'm following after her.
I do not. As he follows after, and you guys climb through the hole, and you step out onto a long branch that edges out into the sky, and you can see above that there's swirling winds, swirling clouds high above. You can see what looks to be some sort of bird or something, a shadow or of some sort. Actually, instead, you hear shouting over the wind as Nahale speaking. She goes, "There! She's in the form of a bird. She's flying up higher. Can you see her?" And you
Yeah,
kind
but
of
I can't fly.
you can barely see the shadow through the clouds and the swirling of the snow. It almost looks like the clouds are swirling in a central position. And she goes, "Well, we will have to get his attention somehow. Bring him down to our level, since or get her attention first. We will have to at least survive this before we get to her."
Survive what?
And with that, roll me initiative. And I will roll for Jess and for her.
Well, that's an 8.
Mine is also an 8 for Jess.
What's
Plus-
your dex?
Yeah.
Is it higher than 14?
Yes, it is. So let's go. Jess is a. Oh, wait.
I was hoping for rolling.
Oh, it's not an 8. I got a 16 for Jess.
I'm sorry, how do you mistake an 8 and a 16?
It's dark right now and I don't have the lights on, so I saw that 6 initially and didn't and I was looking at it from an angle, I think.
Oh, so it's technically 18.
Well, no, it's a 6. I just thought it was an 8. Okay, so I only saw the number 6 actually. I thought it was a number 8, but it's actually a 16 entirely because I didn't even see next to it the little one. Anyway, it's fine. I just barely glanced at it when I made my answer.
Gotcha.
Cool. But my lights are back on again, so I can see. So he is going to be a 22 in the lineup. You are a 8 plus what?
No, 8.
Oh, okay. Althea.
You misunderstand me.
8.
I rolled a 6. My full thing was.
Oh wait, she's a 14, and then the 14, so she's above you. No.
Okay, so just to clarify what's going on, Parasol is a bird. She's flying up to find the Jinn, and then we're going to follow her somehow.
So, what? So she goes. She kind of comes up to you, and she gives you what looks to be a piece of cord with runes on it. She goes, "This is what my people use. It is a It is a way to gain sway over another creature. If you wrap this around their neck and activate, and she kind of shows you a little bit of a twitch of the thumb of how to activate it. She goes, it will cast a domination spell. If it works, the creature will be under your sway, and you will be able to command it. If it does not, then the creature may try to kill you again. But the main thing will be getting to the creature and lowering its resist. I don't know what this accent is. Somehow it's become French. It will be approaching the creature and lowering its resistance by attacking it, lowering its HP. Making it hurting it enough so that you can activate this, and it will fall under your sway of the domination itself. It's yes. Does that make sense? So you will fight it. The more hurt it is, the more likely it will fall under your sway. You can activate it only once though, and you have to leave it alive enough that you can use it. So for you who cannot fly, you will have to do this, because she points out into the neighboring area where you do see multiple creatures coming towards you guys, multiple swirling storms, like little small small swirling tornadoes almost rushing towards you guys through the sky, as like the chaos of this blizzard in the sky and this giant almost tornado looking thing up above you guys where the bird is flying, where you guys are trying to get to, and then you have multiple small elementals making their way towards you guys, these little storms, little wind tunnels rushing, little tornadoes rushing towards you guys. And she goes, if you it does not have physical form, but this magical cord will give it a form enough that will hold you, and you can use it to fly upwards.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I will do the same in this scenario, because I will need to be able to cast spells in case we need to, protect and fight and etc. So I won't be able to be in my animal form up above.
Awesome.
She says, turns to the side, and you guys see multiple rushing towards you guys. So actually, roll me a d6. 2? Cool. I roll again, and I get 6. So you see 8 in your local vicinity that are rushing towards you guys.
Couldn't have rolled lower for me.
Nope. Apparently not. But you rolled pretty low, so it's better than it could have been.
True.
Rushing towards you guys. So basically, the goal here is for you to get to the creature, lower its health enough, leap on it, so that you can activate this cord, so that you can fly on it. Basically, you're forcing it into a matador. Exactly.
You're playing elemental running of the bulls.
Exactly. As they rush towards you guys and make their attacks, they tend to swirl past you guys every time. So keep in mind that the way. Actually, you wouldn't necessarily know that so far. So we'll leave it to trial and error. So here we go.
You know how to show a girl a good time.
Rolling for the wind tunnels, and the elementals get a low number, so that's good. Pulling this over. Okay. So first in the lineup is going to be Jas. And Jas is going to be... I feel like this is a lot crazier than we were set up to know, but okay. And so he kind of prepares himself for the hit. He pulls... she hands him a cord. She handed him a cord as well when she handed you the one. Let me pull up the elementals first. Oops, I should have had this at the ready. 123...
You're doing a great job, man. Really embracing the chaos.
And he goes, "Did I ever tell you how much I hate traveling with you?" As the wind is rushing around you guys.
Wouldn't hurt to mention.
And he rushes forward toward one of the air elementals that are sweeping close enough. Oh, no. They haven't gotten close enough because they're still so far away because they're at the end of the order here. Thea, you're an 8, right? They're actually above you. So they got a 6 plus 5, so they got 11. So they're right above you. Okay. Actually, we should switch so that you can see the visual.
Oh, no.
Maybe we should. I don't know. I don't have a setup thing because I wasn't sure where a battle would like break out necessarily.
I don't mind. I can do theater of the mind.
We'll theater of the mind just for ease. So in this case, you are presently on a long branch, so you have a line of maybe 10 feet across, right? Very large branch, but 10 feet across. It's a line. You have multiple creatures that are swirling around you at a distance, and you're going to try to catch one, right? You have 8 of them nearby. So the 8 of them are going to move towards you on their turn. Elementals at 11, and you are next. Thea at 8. So Jas is going to prepare himself. He's going to prepare his action. And oh no, he can't do it yet because he has to wait. So he's taking that into account, and he's going to make an attack. So he's going to prepare his glaive, and he's going to make an attack once one comes toward him. So once it gets within his vicinity, he'll use his multiple attacks, and he has trick attack, menacing attack. Can that affect these? Yeah, they can't be grappled or paralyzed. Oh, petrified, prone, restrained. Okay, so none of his little side abilities help in this scenario.
None of his maneuvers will help.
Not specifically. Just because they impose things that the elemental can't be affected by. But it doesn't matter. He prepares his action to attack when they get within his vicinity. So he does that. He bonus action. Does he have a bonus action he wants to use? Extra attack. He can do that on his attack action. Well, we might as well. He's got a healing potion left, so he's going to use his regular healing potion to heal up a little bit, just because he's still not quite at full. So he takes 4 plus 2, 6 plus 2. So he gets a little more back as his bonus action. And he's close to 4. So that's his bonus action. He's going to withhold his action. So next is going to be Nahale. And Nahale is going to, let's see. She does have cure wounds. So she could have used that too. I actually didn't think she had cure wounds on her before. She is going to... wall of fire, might as well. So she's going to step forward, and as they are rushing towards her, she's going to set up a wall of fire that she can try to use as control for the battle here. So she blocks off one edge of the battle so that they can't come at you guys from every side. So she lets loose the wall of fire here. Next turn, she doesn't use a bonus action in this case, so she's going to pull out her would she? She still has to wait for the creature, so she's going to transform. She's going to transform again. Okay, she turns into her wolf form, her little white wolf. She's going to turn into the cold wolf for this. So she shifts into a form of flaming wolf that has like cold emanating off of it. So next is going to be Miss. Well, actually, the elemental's turn. So all 8 rushing around you guys. So let me draw this up for myself. And elementals are pretty unintelligent. So would they hit the thing? Probably not. So they'll go around it. But it does control some of the battlefield to stop them from attacking you from all ends. So she kind of like centers herself from one angle. And let's see. Branch 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So you guys have basically 4 on each side, and she's blocking off the wall. And the tree trunk itself makes another wall. So you guys have 2 sides that it can come at you guys from. And oh, actually, she makes it even narrower. Narrower. So she makes the wall shoot across from the tree trunk all the way across this branch in a diagonal form. So she makes basically just a small triangle, the space that they can attack you guys from, this small triangle angle, or from above. Tactical. That cuts off even more. So in essence, you guys, 1, 2, 3, 4 of you. Is it 4 of you? It's just 3 of you, huh?
Yep, just the 3 of us.
Yep. So do you see that setup? You have the trunk. You have the trunk here. You have the line of fire here.
Yes. Okay. That's nice.
Lined up like this.
Gotcha. So they only have that small area that they can attack us from.
Yes, which means that as they collect in those areas, you'll be able to do larger spells if you have any that you want to cast on them.
No, Liz, I don't.
I'm sorry. She definitely needs to sleep. That poor trick. Anyway, so she does that, casts that, blah, 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 bonus action. Next is going to be
me?
Yes. Yay! Oh, so sorry. The elementals have to move. They didn't get.
Oh yeah.
So all of them are gonna rush forward, and they have a lot of movement. So they're going to enter. It can move through spaces and arrows 1 inch wide without squeezing. Okay, blah blah blah. Makes 2 slam attacks. Blah blah blah, and whirlwind. Okay. So it's gonna rush towards you, and so you see 4 of them have to take their turn next turn because they rush toward the fire and then have to move around the fire as they feel the flame coming off of them. And they're not smart enough to avoid it initially, but they feel the flame and just instinctually move around it. So they rush up to the flame wall, rush up over. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that are kind of cut off by this wall. And so they lose a lot of their movement in the sky here, as they do have 90 feet, but they're pretty far away from the trunk itself anyway. So as they rush forward, those 6 take an attack. They're gonna withhold their action to attack if you guys get within their space, but that probably won't happen as they're hovering near the wall right now, right above it, and they're about to take their attacks down to you guys, but they get cut off before then. The other 3 will make their attacks on you, and they rush forward. Yes.
Oh, great.
And well, they're gonna make their attacks on Jaskier, you, and her. So 1 on each of you guys. Gotcha. So 1
not
goes
all 3 on me.
Yes. So the first one goes to her, and she gets so that slam attack makes 2 slam attacks. So that's going to be definitely hits with a natural 19 and a 15 to hit, which barely hits. Actually, let me pull up the Cold Wolf D&D 5e. Winter Wolf, that's the name. I could not remember that name. So that one has a even lower AC than she does. So never mind, it still hits. but she's got a good amount of HP from it. So it hits her. One definitely hits. The other one definitely hits. So both are going to be 2d8 plus 5. 7, 5, 12 plus 5. So 17 points of damage to her. And then the other one's going to come for you, Althea. So the first one to attack is the 2 attacks for another tunnel of wind that rushes towards you. It slams into you, and you feel this like brunt of swirling snow and ice slam into you. So that's plus. So it's a 15 a hit and a 13 a hit.
13 doesn't hit. 15 barely hits.
Got you. And
Thea and Carhale have the same AC.
Oh, really?
She should have higher AC.
She should. Did you add the armor? What is her AC right now?
15.
15? Well, that might be it if her dexterity is low enough, I guess.
I've got a dex of +2.
Okay, yeah.
I have studded leather. That's 13, right?
Yeah, I think it's a 13 baseline.
Yeah, no, that's right. Unfortunately, that's right.
Unfortunate, but slams into you, so both hit, right? One barely hits?
Yeah, one barely hits.
Okay. So then that's for the barely hits, that's going to be okay, so for the barely hits, cut in half, it'll make 5 points of bludgeoning damage. So 5 is the already cut in half version. And then for the other one, 14. So that's going to be 14 bludgeoning.
Ouch.
Slams into you. So then next is going to be for Jas, and the 2 attacks. One is a natural one, so he dodges out of the way and makes his attacks, actually, but dodges out of the way of both of them, actually, because it's a 12 to hit, and it misses. So slams into him, but it kind of like brushes off of his shoulder as he ducks out of the way, and then slams up to it with his glaive here, swinging it into the side of the wind creature here.
Attacks now?
The question is, I don't think he has a magical weapon, is the thing.
I could have blessed it. I'm a cleric.
That's true. Okay, I would say at this point you've blessed his weapon, because that's just like you guys have been traveling long enough at this point.
We fight too many magical creatures for me to not have done that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, anyway, sorry. So he slams it into the side of this creature, and he's going to make his attack. Whenever he takes the attack action, he gets to make 2, take the attack action, and you make attack twice. Okay, cool. So he attacks twice. Both of them definitely hit. One's a natural 16, one's a natural 19. So now he's rolling well. Dumb. So
no, great. Good job. Keep doing that.
Yeah. He's gonna use that to try to. He's gonna use a menacing attack, and he's gonna add the D8 to the attack here. So that's going to be +2 for the damage. Plus, he's gonna try to make it frightened of him. So the wind creature is gonna. He's gonna make a menacing attack, right? And now the elemental. So he kind of like stabs into it, and he kind of growls in the creature's direction, yanking the glaive out of the swirling wind and snow, and the glowing of the chaotic energy that you've poured into it before lances through the wind creature, and you can see some of the wind itself dispersed from the tight swirling that it was into more sporadic swirling until it tightens up again. And it seems to be frightened of him all of a sudden as it starts to shiver and shake. It's such a funny concept. And his damage for that, for the 2 attacks, he's going to take his bonus action to also this is his reaction, so it doesn't apply. But the 2 attacks there.
It's not his reaction, right? It was his.
It is his reaction. This was his withheld action,
Yeah.
technically. So this is his reaction. I don't know if he can actually use when you
I think
can
when
he?
you hold an action, I think it's just your held action. I don't think it
Yeah, you
uses
can do it.
your reaction, does it?
No, it is your reaction. That's
Oh, it
how
does.
you're using it,
Yeah,
basically. Yeah. So it
that's
does use your reaction. However, he can use superiority dice whenever he attacks. It doesn't matter whether reaction or not. So he still gets to do that. Still applies, still fails the saving throw, still is scared of him, this one. Frightened. Write that down. And frightened condition, per frightened condition, all of his attacks on Jaskier will be at disadvantage, and all attacks in general will be at disadvantage as long as he can see Jaskier, which probably won't end anytime soon. And he, that's gonna be kind of cool for you guys. So uses that, and the attacks themselves, the damage for that. Let me roll that. So it's +2, so it's 4 + 2, 6. Oh, lame damage. 6, 7, 7 plus 4, so 11 slashing, and that's to this guy. 11 slashing damage. So the creature takes it like a hit. And that's going to be its turn. So next is going to be back to Jaskier. So Jaskier just slices through this thing. It's nearby.
But I didn't
Yes.
go yet.
Oh, you're right. Your reaction. Sorry. That was his reaction then after the elementals moved. So the elementals' turn are over. Althea, your turn.
Yes.
I like how I'm just like playing with myself apparently, and I'm totally satisfied with that.
No, I'll play Nahali if you want. I am familiar with her sheet.
That actually could be cool. Do you want to do that? Yeah, go for it. I'm running Jaskier and the elementals. You can run both of those. Up to you. Do you want to?
Sure.
Okay. Cool.
I feel like it would be kind of weird if I wanted to like do you know how I role play my combat. I feel like it might be a little weird to role play with myself there.
Oh, that could be. That could be. Up to you though.
I think as a PC, probably not.
Okay, no worries. So as you rush forward, what are you doing, Thea?
Is one of them within melee of me?
The one that attacked you is presently within melee.
Okay. Okay. I am going to use for my action. I'm gonna.
It's presently swirling around you, actually. Like,
I'm gonna like reach into the cyclone and like pull at the strands that are part of the ethereal plane and pull them towards myself. And I'm gonna use ties that bind.
oh, so cool.
I'm going to bind myself to this creature. So if it's unwilling, it's a wisdom save.
Okay. It's definitely unwilling. You hear the wind rushing angrily around you. That's a natural 10. What is the save again?
Wisdom.
Got it. So it's a natural 10.
It fails.
Cool.
17. So while we're on the same plane, I can sense the direction of the target's location and the direction of their movement if they're in motion. And once per turn, when I'm casting a spell to damage or heal the target, I can add an extra d6.
Got it. Cool.
And I'm also going to, for my bonus action, I'm going to. Is that a bonus? Is that spell a bonus action? Hold on. Let me double check if that spell's a bonus action. I'm pretty sure it is. Ooh, decisions. Okay. They're both bonus actions. Dang it. Okay, this time around, I'm going to channel divinity and use the strands of fate. So her eyes kind of cloud over, now a pupilless violet, and it looks like she can't see, but now she can see into the weave and see the threads that tie everyone together. So now I can, whenever a creature I can see makes an attack or ability check, I can use my reaction to give the roll advantage or disadvantage.
Nice.
So I've got those set up and let's get going.
Amazing. Okay. So you have both of those set up. Oh, cool, magic. Oh my gosh.
Strands of Fate acts like concentration. I forgot to ask, it's not technically a concentration spell, but it says it acts like concentration. Let me real quick get you the exact wording.
Okay, yes, please. I believe all that would mean is that it just takes up your concentration in general. So like if you
that was my question.
Yeah.
It says you can enter this state as a bonus action for up to 1 minute or until you lose your concentration, as if you were concentrating on a spell.
Got it.
So I wasn't sure if that would take my concentration spot. I'm assuming it would. But I'll let you rule otherwise.
I believe it does.
Okay, cool. So then I have the concentration up.
Cool. Then
concentration ties that bind is not concentration.
Concentration. Okay, cool. So then next is going to be Miss. Oh, would you like to move, by the way? Presently, you guys are all at the center of a 10-foot wide branch here. Would you like to be closer to the firewall or closer to the edge near where the whirlwinds are, is my question. Or closer to the trunk of the tree?
I'd say I want to stay within melee of the one that I'm with right now.
Okay, cool. It is presently swirling around you. So next is going to be the Jask. And so Jask is gonna continue fighting the one that's right next to him, and he's going to make his attack again. So he slices through with his glaive, his blessed glaive here, and that's going to be an 17 to hit. Definitely hits the creature. And then the other attack is a 14 to hit, which doesn't hit. He will use his bonus action to use his polearm ability, and that's a natural 1. Dang. So he does hit though with the 1, and he will pour another superiority die into this, or will he? Because it's not quite useful to him in this moment. Pushing. Okay, so I guess I'll try to do that, because I guess you can still push it, even though it's kind of not really made out of that. It's just immune to grappling, prone, restrained, unconscious, paralyzed, petrified, poisoned. Anyway, so I guess he can try. So he's going to try to push it. That adds 2 more damage to 6 plus 4. So that's 12 damage to the creature that he's fighting. And then he's going to try to shove it. So the creature's trying to save. And, well, that's dumb. I just rolled a natural 1 on the same die for Jas, and now that I rolled for the creature, it's a natural 18. Anyway, it's fine. Yep. And so Jas tries to shove it back, but it doesn't work, and the creature stays where it is. He used his bonus action and failed to hit, so that's going to be his turn. He's going to stay where he is because he doesn't want to leave melee with this creature as well. So next is going to be ties that bind, Thea. Oh, Nahale. So Nahale is going to step forward, and she's going to use her ability to Thunder Wave. Might as well.
I do have a quick question for my Strands of Fate. Do I have to say beforehand whether I'm going to give it advantage or disadvantage?
Yes, I would say you have to give it beforehand. Okay. Just as general rule. I guess instead of, unless it says otherwise.
It doesn't say either way.
Yeah. Then I would say you have to say it before the roll.
When a creature makes an attack roll or ability check.
I would say in that scenario, when they're making it, that's when you have to say it. Since
so
when they make the attack.
Cool.
So not before it's resolved or rolled for officially.
Yeah, that's good. Cool.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hold on to it.
And it's for your reaction, right?
Yes.
So you can only do it one time per turn. Basically. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Hold on to it for a little bit. We'll see. Yeah. We'll see what I want to do with it.
Cool.
But I need to remember to use it because I would hate for it to go wasted for a round.
I know, right? Okay, so Blight. She's gonna actually cast Blight instead. I'm gonna Okay, so she's gonna cast Blight on one of the creatures nearby her, within 30 feet of her. So she's gonna cast it on you. Yeah?
I was asking if the spell was a roll.
It is a roll for the creature itself. So the creature is going to make a saving throw. Do you want to make it fail? She's going to cast on the one that's next to you, the one that's swirling around you. So she's, you see her start to shoot like an extension of like blackish energy from herself to drain the life out of this elemental creature here. So as she does so and rolls, did you want to give the creature disadvantage, by the way? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Then, good thing. Well, the first roll was the bad one, so I guess it's neutral. But my second roll was a natural 20. So that's funny.
That for you.
Exactly. So it was a natural 12 for a Constitution saving throw. That's a +2, so 14 to save, and her saving DC is 15. So yes, fails the save. That's 8d8 necrotic damage, and plant creature blah blah blah. Okay, so it's not a plant, so it doesn't matter. But 8d8 is still a lot of d8, so I'm gonna roll for that, and it's gonna take a second. And here we go. Okay, so that's 3. I'm surprised I don't have other d8s out here. Okay, so we'll just go 6, 10. That's 10 so far. Another 3 is 8, 9, so that's 19 so far. And the last 2, 19, 20, 25 points of damage to this creature, to yours. You have not done any damage to it, correct?
Not yet.
Okay, so that's 25 damage to you. And then next she'll use her bonus action.
Use my action to do the ties that bind, so I could give it more damage when I do attack it. And now it's going to be dead the first time I attack it. I don't want to do that.
She's going to rush up to it. So that's 25 damage. No, not quite yet. So she's gonna stay at a distance. She's gonna stay with her back toward the firewall. So she's gonna keep her distance that way. And next is going to be you, Miss. Oh no, the elementals as they attack you. So the one that's next to you is going to use its whirlwind ability. That's the one that's swirling around you. So each creature in the elemental space must make a strength saving throw. Go ahead and make a strength saving throw as it starts to swirl angrily around you, and you start to spin with the wind, and you're trying to fight against it.
13.
13. That is the save. You barely make it. So you fight against it as it's slamming ice and snow into your sides as it's swirling around you. And it tries to throw you and fling you away, but it doesn't work. You stay where you are.
This is fine.
Yeah, so must succeed on a dexterity save. If a saving throw is successful, target takes half the damage. Isn't flung away.
Did you say dexterity, or I thought you said strength saving throw?
Strength saving throw.
Oh,
the dexterity saving throw is for something else.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, but since you succeeded, you take half of the damage. So it's 3d8 plus 2. So you'll take half of this. Where did the blue one go? There you are. Okay, so that's 18 points of bludgeoning damage. Are you good?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm good.
Okay, good. So then, let me know when you look bloody, because she'll know when you look bloody, and she'll try to heal you when you look bloody.
What's the definition of bloodied?
Oh, half.
Half? Oh, she looks bloodied.
Oh, okay. And she shouts out, "Are you all right?" Through the wind.
I'm fine. I've got this under control.
All right. Let me know when you don't.
I won't.
And so that's that thing's turn. It's going to roll to see if it recharges that ability. And well, I'll roll at the beginning of its turn. So R for recharge, and the next is going to be Jask's air elemental, and it's gonna rush towards. Or no, it's just gonna use its ability. So Jaskier is going to roll his saving throw, and that's a 14 natural plus, so he definitely passes. So he takes half of the damage as well. That's gonna be 12, so that's 6 damage for him. Okay, and then next is going to be the ones nearby. So one more that's rushing towards Nahale, or the one that was next to Nahale in the first place. She should have attacked the one that was next to her, I guess. But she felt more in trouble for you. She thought you were more in trouble because you were looking rougher. But she was at full health, so she's good, you know? Anyway, so it's gonna make its whirlwind attack on her as well, and it needs to recharge that next turn as well. On Nahal. Okay, so it's going to do that. She's gonna roll to save. Let's see if she passes. She gets a natural 14 plus 3 for saving throw. Yeah, so she gets 17. She definitely passes, so she takes half of this damage as well. So that's gonna be 5 plus 8 is 13. So also 6 for her. So that's 23 that she's taken so far. She's doing not hot, but she's not terrible either. She's gonna switch into her. You know what? She technically already did, or I think I mentioned that she did last time, but she cast a spell. We'll say she hadn't switched yet, so she's taken like all this damage and everything to herself, not her dog form. So she'll switch this coming turn. Next is going to be the other elementals, actually. So they all were at the wall, and they're going to come over and try to make slamming attacks on you guys. So it's 4, 5. So that's 5 of them. You guys need to knock. You guys need to knock some off of their feet so you guys can get out of there, basically. So the goal here, trying to get one down low enough so you guys can dominate it and get out. So these others are going to make their attacks. They're going to go slamming into Jaskier right now, and she has shown a lot of magic, and a couple will go for you, but the majority will go for them. So let's see. Oh, the one on Jas. Okay. So the other ones.
I was frightened of him.
It was frightened of him. Yeah, I just re-rolled it, and I got a 19. So I was like, okay, so he still hits anything, but still is frightened of him. So these two fail. The next two, first one's attacks fail. Second one's attacks, both hit. So on Jaskier, the first two, they go for him, and the first ones don't hit, but the second ones do hit. So that's going to be 14. 18, 22 points of damage on Jas.
Still up?
Yeah, he's fine. And then second, okay, so that was the 2 that attacked him. Then 2 on Nahale. They're going to make their attacks. And she's got an arm class of 15. So 1 definitely hit, 2 definitely hit. So both of those get to make their attacks. Let's see. 8 10, 13 points of damage for her. 36. Okay, so then Okay. And so then next is going to be the last one that's going to make their attacks on you. The second one that makes their attacks on her fails. And then the next one is going to make their attack on the last one makes their attacks on you. And the first one is a dirty 20 to hit.
Yeah.
Cool. And then the other one fails with a 15 to hit, I think. Oh, wait, does a 15 hit? Oh, dang. Okay. So never mind. Both of those attacks work. Slams into you. So that's going to be where'd my dice go?
Oh no, you lost them. You can't roll the damage.
Oh, there it is. I was so confused. Anyway, so that's 16 points of bludgeoning damage. Slams into you. And now you have 2 on you. 1, 2, but 1 is the damaged. And then there's 2 more on Jaskier, and he's like, I don't like this, as they're swirling around him. And there's 2 more on Nahal, and she goes, it's fine. It's not dangerous at all. Just knock one off. Just dominate one. And she's turns to her own, making some damage. Okay, so you next in the lineup is you, Althea. So you have the one around you that's presently 25 damage and one new one that's just flown up.
Okay, cool. To Nahal. I kind of lied. That really hurt. It's fine. And I'm going to cast Toll the Dead on the one in front of me.
Okay. Toll the Dead.
A wisdom save for him.
Okay.
It don't want to
fails.
Okay. Fan-freaking-tastic. And since he's already taken some damage from my good friend here, that
yes.
12s, not D8s. So that is 9.
Nice.
9. 2 9s. That's not plus, right?
Plus the D6 of your ties up line, right?
Oh, yes. Plus the D6. So that's bummer, only 1. Plus I'm going to use insightful striking. My bonus action. I'm going to use insightful striking to add that's just my attack roll. Never mind. I'm not going to do that. It's not for damage. I got it. I misread it. I thought it was an extra D6 to my damage. That's what I was looking at. I was looking at this. It's my blast strike. Got them confused.
Got you.
When a creature takes damage from my cantrip or weapon attack, I can add a D8 of radiant damage.
Nice.
And it's not an action or anything. It's just once per turn.
Gotcha.
I'm going to do that.
Cool.
And so add an extra D8 to that. So I have 20 so far.
20 damage. Lovely. It's looking very rough.
Okay. So that's your 3 damage to that.
Oh.
How do I do the clicky thing? The dominate. Is that an action?
The dominate would be an action, yes.
Okay. So I'm gonna do that. I'll do that around.
This thing is barely hanging on. It is rough.
Perfect. Okay, that'll work. Hopefully it doesn't kill me before that. Yeah. For the person with healing abilities, she's not looking too hot.
Good to know. Nahala keeps this in mind. Next will be Jask. So Jask goes, you have do you want to use your bonus action, by the way? You have a healing potion.
Oh, that's right. Because I didn't use the Insightful striking was the bonus action. In that case, yes, I will use my bonus action to take a healing potion.
Good. Always
Oh,
important.
sorry, I forgot that was not a bonus action.
No worries. Jask is going to continue striking the one that's afraid of him now.
How many d4s is that? 2?
2d4s plus 2, yes.
Okay. 3. Ooh, 3 and 4. Let's go.
Nice.
So that is 9.
Still
not looking too hot.
Good to know. And
ever so slightly less so.
Jas is gonna say, what's he gonna do? Okay, so he sees you looking rough. He goes, do you need a potion? I can hand you one. As he
I've got another.
Okay. So he's gonna make his attacks then, and he's gonna take he's gonna make his attacks. What is he at? He's at 25 damage on it so far. Oh wait, I need to throw in here. Oh, he's sucking so bad. Okay, so that's a 17 that hits, but the other one fails. And so the first one that hits, he gets 6 plus 4 plus he's gonna put another superiority die into this. So that's a 3. That's 13 damage to this thing. 38 plus and he's gonna take his chances. I'm gonna try it because he's done some damage to it. And oh no, he's gonna use his bonus action first. He's gonna make his attack with the bonus action as well. Hopefully he does better. Okay, so he hits. So that's gonna be an additional d4 plus 4, so it's 6 damage. Okay, so 44. So he's gonna take his chances, and hopefully the thing rolls badly. So now he's going to activate. He's going to action surge, and he's going to jump onto it. You see him wrapping the cord around the air itself, like activating the cord within the swirling tornado here. And you see it start to glow and burst forth with this surge of greenish energy. Now the thing is going to roll to save, and please roll badly. It's
I'm
weird.
Advantage.
Oh, good job. Okay, cool. Oh, good. Natural 1 with that disadvantage. Perfect.
Yes.
So
let's go.
Entirely, and you see the greenish hue take over the swirling wind, as in no longer is it white and pale. It is this kind of greenish swirling air wind now, taken over by Jas, and he's like holding on to it, and he's kind of like got a hold over it, and he goes, take me up. And the thing starts to rise, and he goes, okay, well, how about this? Attack that friend and protect my friend over there and everything. And he's kind of like a little off-put with how this works, but it works. And so the creature starts to move forward. Let me find Dominate. Monster. Okay. Creature's charmed. You have a telepathic link with it. Issue commands to the creature while you're unconscious. No action required, which it does its best to obey. You can specify a simple and general course of action. Okay, yeah. So he goes, go defend my friend. And so it's going to rush forward and use its turn come the elemental's turn. So that's his turn, successful. Nahale's turn. She is presently fighting against one that has not taken any damage so far. Though she's going to, let's see, what is she going to do? She's got the Blight spell. she used once. She used Wall of Fire, so she can't use those anymore. She's got Passed Without a Trace, Wither and Bloom. Oh, she might use Wither and Bloom then. So let's try some Wither and Bloom action. Let's see. What does you do? Invoke Death, 10-foot radius, point within range. Taking 2d6. Creature of your choice in that area could spend and roll one of its unspent hit dice and regain a number of hit points equal to the roll plus your spellcasting ability modifier.
Isn't it dope?
That is cool. Taking 2d6 necrotic damage on a fail save. Okay.
It's like the cleric life transference spell, but better because it does damage and gives it to somebody else instead of taking your own.
Yeah. I love that. Okay, so she casts Wither and Bloom on the center where you guys are all pretty close together. So she catches the one that you're in, and Jas is not. So she catches the one she's next to and the one that you're in, not the one that Jas is on right now. So she casts Wither and Bloom, and those two, the two that are on her. Oh no, she has three on her.
And then there's two that are on her, not the one that I've got that's barely hanging on.
She chooses, how many does it attack? Each creature of your choice in that area. Okay, so she'll choose. She knows how the things work, so she's going to try to let it live. It's not. So she chooses all the other creatures instead. So the four. The one that has not taken damage next to you, and then the three that are next to her. So they're all going to roll their saves. So, fail, success, fail, fail. Yeah, okay. So, all but one fails. And so the one next to you fails. One of the ones next to her does not. So go ahead and I'll roll the 2d6 for those guys. They all take lame plus. Okay, so 6 points of damage to each one. So that's not bad. So 6, 6, 6, 6. Well, that's always dangerous. Anyway, so next is going to be you. Roll me a d6 and add that to your hit dice. One of your unspent hit dice.
Huh?
You have regained hit dice. Never mind. You have your hit dice. Sorry. You have so the 2 hit dice that you regained back in the spirit connection thing, you still have those. They rolled for you, but you still have them.
Oh, so I still have 2 more?
You have 2 hit dice at the moment. So since you have 2 unspent hit dice because of that encounter, you can roll one of them now.
I most certainly will.
And Jaskier has 4.
So I get 1d6 of healing or 2?
You can roll 1 right now.
Okay. Nice. 5.
Cool.
Okay. And then I will go ahead and roll my hit die. Is that from Wither and Bloom?
Yep.
So cool.
Oh, and her spellcasting modifier is +4, so you get 4 on top of it.
I rolled an 8 on my d8. Oh, it's a good day.
Wait, I thought you just said you rolled a 5.
No, I rolled a 5 on the d6. You told me to roll a d6.
Sorry, d6. I thought it was a d6 that you're supposed to roll, but it's actually your hit die. So erase the 5. Yeah. Okay. Just the 8 plus 4. So basically the same difference anyway.
Okay. Gotcha. So yeah, I rolled the 5 on the d6.
Sorry, I don't know where the d6 number
came
from. I think I was thinking 2d6 damage to the bad guys and then 1d6 health for you, but then I read it and I was like, oh, it's hit dice. Okay. Anyway, that's cool. That's cool. Sweet. So that's her main action. For her bonus action, she will now transform into her beast. So she turns into her white wolf. And now she gets the HP from that. So there's that. Next is going to be the elementals. So the elementals will take their attacks. Let's see. So the one that's still attacking you will make it see if it readjusts its thing. It does not recharge it. The other one attacking you will make its whirlwind attack on you. So go ahead and make me a strength saving throw.
I hate making these.
It's okay. It's okay.
Nice. 17.
Yeah? Whew. Okay, so you pass the save. You only take half of this. And you don't get thrown. So you take 13. So you take 6 points of bludgeoning damage. And then next is going to be the other creature does not recharge its ability, but it will make its slamming ability. So it's going to slam into you. It's okay, so it has to. Yeah. So it's going to move away from you and then slam into you. Do you take your opportunity attack on it?
Wait, does that use my reaction?
It would.
I thought I had something up that uses my reaction.
So that's your ability to give disadvantage.
Yes.
Do you want to use it?
Which one is it?
I think actually, technically, I think you already used it because during Jaskier.
I used it for Jaskier, so I can't.
Yeah, so never mind. So it moves away from you, comes in, slams into you with a 8 to hit and a 12 to hit.
Doesn't hit!
Hallelujah. So then the next, the ones that are fighting Jaskier. So the one that he's presently on is controlled by him. The other two are kind of trailing behind him, but he's rushing towards you. So that one is going to make its attack on the one next to you and make its attacks on that guy. So, well, he's like, is that one, like, do you want me to hit that one or the other one?
No, I got this one. You get that one.
All right, then. Come on, buddy. Go for it. Something, as he's flying on this flying creature, this whirlwind thing, slams into his buddy. So it's going to make its 2 slam attacks here.
You should give it a name.
Natural 20 for one of them and a fail on the other. So natural 20, 2 slam attacks. It rolls 2d8 for each slam attack. So it's going to roll 4d8 for this. So that's going to be 5, 7, 12. 12 plus 5, 17 damage to this guy.
Nice.
23 damage to it now. Slams into it. And then he's going to tell it to stay between you and the other creature for now. And then the other two are trailing after Jas. They're going to try to make their attack on Jas, but they're kind of confused. They're all dumb, so they don't really know it's him that they need to attack. But he's like hanging on to their guy. So actually, they're probably going to disperse and go and attack you, probably. Because, I don't know, they're confused. They're going to slam into him or their buddy. But in their mind, I think they would think that their buddy is still like in control and not even realize that it's controlled right now. So instead of attacking the one that their buddy seems to have a control over or have their hand on, they're going to go for someone loose around. So instead, it's going to go for you. So they're going to make their attack. Sorry. Actually, instead of that, they're not smart. So I'm just going to roll a d4 to see who they attack instead. So let's go 3, 1, 2, 3. Still you. Anyway. So now I'm going to roll for them. That's going to be 1 attack hits, 1 attack does not. With a 13 to hit, right?
Does not.
Okay. So then the other one makes its 2 attacks, and 1 does not hit. 1 is a dirty 20, so it does hit. So 2 hit you. So that's going to be it's going to be 13, 15 plus.
Sorry, 15 plus.
15 plus, unfortunately. 15, so 18 points of bludgeoning damage. Are you still up?
Yeah, I'm still up.
Okay, good. Okay, so that slams into you for the 2 there. They slam, and then the ones on Nahal. So she's got 3 on her right now. I'm going to cross out the one on Jask because that one's gone, basically. So then the ones on Nahal, one's going to make its whirlwind attack on her as a wolf. So she's going to try to fight it as the wolf. Okay, so she rolls a saving throw with a natural 14. So that pretty much passes. So she's good with her strength saving throw. Yeah, so she gets an 18, passes the whirlwind, rushing around her. The other 2 will do the same thing as she's a wolf. They're all going to make their whirlwind attacks on her. So she's going to make all of her saves. So she rolls again. She still passes. She rolls again. And this time she fails. So this time, as all 3 whirlwinds are swirling around her, the little dog, you hear a little whimper as she's thrown away from it, and it's going to go in a random direction. So I roll a d6 and choose the direction based on that. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. She gets thrown toward the trunk of the tree, and so she slams into the tree. She's going to take an additional d6 of bludgeoning damage for every 10 feet she's thrown. So that's going to be...
Better that than off the edge.
20 feet away. 20 feet away. Okay, so she goes 20 feet away in the direction of the trunk, so she flies for 2d6 damage. 3, 4. 4 points to her. So she has 40 right now of damage plus... Oh, wait. No, that's 36 on her regular self. 36. She has the additional 75 of the Winter Wolf. So it eats into her Winter Wolf. So that's 4 plus the d8s here. All the d8s for her. 3d8 plus 2. So it's 10, 18, 18 plus the 4. So 22 overall for her wolf. Wolf, 22 damage. Cool. So she's got 36 on herself, 22 on the wolf right now. She has 75 as the wolf. Okay, continuing. So that was the ones on Nahale, and only 2 of them were successful on her. The other 2 do actually, she still takes damage from them. That's just half damage. So that's going to be 14, 20, so that's 10. The other one, 9, so that's an additional 14 for the wolf. That's a lot of damage. Anyway, she's cool. She's cool. She's a wolf. Anyway, next is going to be the elementals have gone. So Alvia, you have one that's on you that's weak, one that's pretty weak at 23 damage.
The one that I've damaged the most.
Mm-hmm.
You said it's an action to activate my thing?
Yes.
Gonna freaking do it.
Amazing. So you activate it. It's going to make its attack. Do you want to use your reaction?
I do. Yeah.
Okay.
Nahale's got more hit points than me. So.
It's a good thing you did because I rolled a natural 17. And a natural 8. So he fails. So you activate it. The greenish energy spurts out from the little leather binding here as the dominant creature expands off of this whirlwind, overtaking the wind itself and turning it a hue of green. Now you have control of it. You can control it. What do you order it to do?
To attack.
There's the one that's next to you that's been attacking you so far. That's been somewhat damaged by Jaskiers. You also have 2 that were following Jaskier that were now on you. So you have 3 on you presently.
Okay. I'm going to attack whichever one tell it to attack whichever one was the most damaged.
Okay.
And then
it'll make its 2 attacks. Next turn. Sorry.
I am going to cast. I swear I have a bonus action thing. Do I want to use that spell slot though? I have so few spell slots. No, I have two. Wait. Oh, I might use this actually. Um, so I'm going to cast. That is a bonus action, right? Frack. No, it's not. That
Dang.
has a casting time of 10 minutes.
Oh, very much not a bonus.
It's prayer revealing, which I was
Mm-hmm.
going to use. So I'm not going to do that. Just kidding. I don't know if I would have picked that spell had I realized that it took 10 minutes to cast. Anywho,
Hilarious.
I will, in that case, use my bonus action to cast spiritual weapon.
Okay, bonus action. And you see, what does it take the form as?
I think it takes the form as you mentioned earlier, a spectral sword, but I think it's kind of a little bit wavy and twisted of a blade, and I think it's
Mm-hmm.
got some vines that creep along it, like some thorny vines.
Amazing. Thorny vines for a scythe? Is that what you're describing?
For a sword.
For oh, a sword. I thought you said twisty
Yeah.
sword. So like a curved blade, I guess.
I was thinking more like
Saber?
no, I'll have to send you a picture. I'm thinking of something
Katana?
very specific. Like a
Gotcha.
regular longsword, but with kind of like a wavy blade.
Oh,
I'll have to
interesting.
have you seen Once Upon a Time?
No. All right,
Okay.
well, I have, but not very long.
Okay. It's I was thinking like the dagger of Rumpelstiltskin, but like a sword.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I like that a lot.
That
That's
kind
cool.
of
That's
deal.
cool. That totally fits. Totally fits.
That
And it swings down. Which one do you attack? The one that was already damaged, right?
uh actually
Or
is
one of the ones near Nahal because she hasn't quite
yeah,
gotten any damage on the ones near
is she
her.
within 20 feet of me?
Yeah, she's within 20
Okay.
feet.
Then yeah, I'll take one of the ones on her.
Cool. So it takes the attack. Go ahead and roll the hit.
Okay. Cool. Nice. 15?
15. Okay, definitely hits.
Sweet. Awesome. That is a D8 plus my spell casting ability modifier. And
Amazing.
I'm going to add my blessed strike to that.
Oh yes, once every turn. Perfect.
So that is 4 plus 8 plus 7, 15.
Nice. Okay, so 15. Cool. Okay, one of the ones near Nahal, and you see the winter wolf flaming like cold fire, kind of growling and snapping at some of the windy things swirling next to her. Next will be after Althea back to Jask. So Jask is on his and he's like, this is weird. Okay, go ahead and attack that one. And he points at the one that was damaged that was fighting you, Karhale, so that he can try to dispatch it before trying to dispatch them. Well, no. He knows the purpose. He knows the purpose. And instead, he's going to go for the one that you just attacked to, and he's going to go for the one next to Nahale. So he makes that command, go attack that one. And then, since it's not on his turn that it'll attack, he'll make his attack on. He'll pull out his bow as he's holding onto this thing with his legs, since somehow he can hold on. We'll say magic. Yeah. And he's going to make his attacks. Well, I guess he doesn't actually have to stay on it. It's already dominated. So he'll actually just drop to the ground as he lets go with his hands, lands, still controlling the thing with his mind, though, and he takes out his bow, and he's going to take his no, he can move up to it. So he runs up to it, actually, and he's going to take his glaive attacks instead. Because might as well. So one fails, because, so annoying. and the other one had hits, so he makes the 1. It's going to be a d10 plus 4 plus 4, so that's 7. He's going to do another superiority die, 11, and it's going to try to make it frightened of him. Okay, that fails, so he is successfully frightened, and on him, so its attacks will be at disadvantage. Frightened of Jask. Okay, and so then 11, 4, it's looking pretty rough, and he's going to use his bonus action to try to add to the ante and make another attack. Oh, nice. Definitely hits. So he gets another 8 points of damage on it, and it's looking more rough.
I should have rolled a concentration check when I received damage for
Good.
my Strands of Fate.
Got it. Go ahead and roll that save. Go ahead and make it, let's see, it's either 10 or half of the damage, whichever is higher. So I believe you took, I don't remember how much you took. We'll say DC.
It was 18.
18? Okay, so 10.
Okay.
DC 10.
So con save?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I made it 10.
Cool. Was it low and it just scared you?
Yeah, because I rolled an 8.
Ah, lovely.
And my
Just the 10 is all you need. So perfect. You keep your concentration. And then next will be that's Jask's turn. Nahale's turn now. So Nahale, I called her Narhale.
I
heard. Yes.
But I heard.
Tsula Nahale's turn now, and she's going to use her little wolf ability, and she's gonna blow some wolf cold at this thing. So she has an advantage on the attack because she has pack tactics. But instead of an attack of that, she's going to make a blast of freezing cold air on the creature area, dexterity 12, DC, or take cold damage. Is it resistant to cold damage? Resistances, lightning, thunder, bludgeoning, piercing, slashing. So no. Interesting.
Wind, not ice.
Yeah. So anyway, so it's gonna make a saving throw. Let's see if it fails. It fails. Cool. That's a +2 to it, but that's a 7, so it fails. And it's a really low DC, so I was like, it's probably gonna pass. But she blows this cold, freezing wind, and it starts to freeze some of the air, icicles and stuff, and it makes it harder for the swirling wind to swirl anymore. So that's gonna be 4d8 of damage. All the d8s. 1, 4, 9, 14 points of damage to this guy. Oh my gosh. She's doing it to one of the other ones. 14 points of damage. Oh, she got carried away. She needs to use her ability thing. Well, she needs to adjust. So she's going to switch forms to her. No, she's going to keep this form for now. She'll drop it later. But she kind of forgot that she needs to do the adjustment thing, to do the dominate thing so she can get up there. But she's going to shout out to you guys, and she's going to say, she's going to use her... Say it again.
Nothing, because we don't speak wolf.
Exactly. Dang it. Instead... Oh, what is she gonna do? She's gonna just bark at you guys, and you guys won't know what she's talking about. And she's like, they're not druids. Stupid. But that's what she's thinking as she barks. And next is going to be the elemental's turn.
That's honestly fine, because next time around I can give the elemental disadvantage on the save.
There you go. That would be good then. So next is going to be the elementals. They're going to make their attacks on... You are presently on one, And so, okay. So the ones that are attacking each other are going to attack each other because now it's like, whoa, you attacked me, buddy? Okay, now we're not bros kind of thing. So they're going to attack each other. So the one on you gets attacked by the one it just attacked. And you don't have very much health is the thing.
That just occurred to me. Yeah.
Yeah. So one fails.
He's not attacked him. He's not attacked him yet, right?
No, he has not.
The first round of him attacking the others.
So this one attacks that guy. No. Yours attacked the other guy.
Oh, already?
Oh, you're right. It would be waiting until now. So it hasn't done it yet. Okay.
Yeah.
So this one makes its attack while you're sitting on its back. So it's going to kind of be confused about that until it turns around and attacks the one that Jask is on because that one has attacked it. So still failed its attacks though. So that one's done. The one Jask is on is making its attack on the one fighting Narhale, one of them. One of them's pretty high on damage anyway, so he's going to direct it towards the one that's a little lower with 30 damage. So both attacks, one hits, one does not. So that's going to be a slam attack for it. And that's 7 plus 4, 5. 7 plus 5 is 12. Okay, that's looking pretty rough. And then the one you're on, Karhale, makes its attack against that one as well because the other one's pretty high damage and you guys don't want to die, right? We don't want it to die. So it's going to make another attack here. And, I need to roll for it first. Slam. 18 to hit does hit. Definitely hits. So both hit for this guy. So the first one is 12 plus 5, 17 points of damage to it. It's looking mighty rough. And the second attack kills it. So you see it disperse into smoke and icicles. Not the one that was offended one. This is one of the others. So there's still another one that's really low right now. So it kills one though. So there's there. So 1, 2, you guys have 1 and 2 on your side. So there's only 1. So there's only 5 left that are actually causing trouble right now. So the 2 attacks you guys has made, your guys have made now. And then the last 2 that were on Jaskier have not made their attacks yet. They're going to make their attacks now on Nahal because she's still on the ground. So there's, no. We'll just roll. They're not that smart. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. They're going to make their attack on you, Thea, because you're just the one I counted for, and they make their attacks randomly because they're not very smart. So makes his attacks on you.
Not the guy that I'm on.
I would say, that's the thing. I went down the line and everything, so it's still you. I'm sorry. Because it's just not smart enough to realize that that their elementals have gone dark or something. Mm-hmm. So that's the main thing. It's going between the creatures that it knows and the creatures that it doesn't. So one fails though. 1 fails and 1 succeeds. So it's going to be roll badly. So that's 8 points of bludgeoning damage.
I'm still down.
You're down? Oh, God. Okay, so you pass out and you fall. Okay. Oh boy. So it's flying, but it's not necessarily not above the branch. So you slam into the branch and you're going to lose a death save. So you hit it as you're pretty far above the ground at this point. Slam into it, lose a death save, but you have 2 left. So next is going to be your turn. Go ahead and make a death save.
I can. And I don't have to keep it off the table because it's just the 2 of us.
Just the 2 of us.
It's a 5.
5. Okay, a fail. Then 2 death save fails, and now it's back at the top, and just like Thea shouts out, and then he's going to. Oh, he can't do healing things. What's he gonna do?
He
What's
has
he
a
gonna do?
healing potion. He knows I have one.
Oh boy, the one that you were flying on is now loose because it would have dispersed because you go unconscious. So that one's awake again as you fall down. But you're unconscious, so they're not focused on you. What did you say though?
He said he has a healing potion, and I told him I
Yes.
have one.
You do. The thing is that he has to get to you to,
Yeah.
or the thing is that he'll have to like rush over to you to do it, kind of thing, and use
It's
the
fine.
action.
I'll be fine.
I feel like he's more worried about you being amid the problematic danger and stuff. So instead, what he's gonna do, he's gonna grab you, and he's going to he's gonna order his thing to go to the ground. He's gonna jump to the ground. He's already on the ground. He runs over, and he's going to pick you up, throw you over his shoulder, and he's going to duck over to Nahale, and he's going to picks you up, runs over. He's going to feed you the potion with his action, but he's next to Nahale, and what he's intending to do is hopefully get you guys both out of there. Hopefully, he's thinking that one of you guys can be carried by his and hers, basically. So the three of you guys can be carried by just the two. So that's going to be the goal. He pours the healing potion into your mouth, though. So you take 2d4 plus 2.
Woo! Not dead, guys. Nice. There's a 4 and a 1. Okay, so that's 5. 7 hit points. Woo! Woo! I was a little nervous there with those death saves. I've been holding on to my level 3 slot for Revivify, not thinking I was gonna need it.
Got you. He's going to stand at the ready and wait for a creature to come into his space, and he's defending you, and he's at the back of Nahale here. So now it's going to be Nahale's turn. Nahale is going to shift out of her wolf form now, and she's going to use her thing on the thing. So you're awake though. Can you use your ties that bind anymore? It's or is it the concentration spell?
Or sorry, that would be Strands of Fate. It doesn't say that it. Oh, it's concentration.
Yeah,
I would automatically lose concentration when I go unconscious. Yeah,
it is true. It is true. So no worries. It'll be a straight roll. Hopefully it fails. You see the one that you had taken over is now the band has dropped into the nothing, into the ether. So you guys have one under your control, and then this one. Hopefully it works. Okay.
Come on.
Oh, that's a natural 4, so it fails. So she jumps onto it, latching the cord around the resounding wind that is so loud and roaring in her ears as she leaps on it, and the flaming fiery blue ends up overtaking the wind itself, and it almost like turns the whole wind swirling tunnel into flame itself too, as she's landed on it, and she's controlling it now. She is in control. So she drifts down to you guys for her turn, and the elemental's turn are next, but she does order it to come down to you guys and pick you guys up. So with Jask also ordered to come and pick you guys up, between the two elementals, you guys will be able to be carried. So from there, you guys will be fighting off other creatures as they come closer. So with the 4 left, she... Okay, yeah. So they go back up. And she tells them basically to attack anything that attacks you guys as they go up. So toward the bird. As you guys go ahead, Thea, as they whisk forward and basically start to whisk away as the other elementals start to follow after you guys. Go ahead and roll for one elemental, and I'll roll for the other one to see if you guys can stay out of reach now that you guys have some elementals under your sway here.
2.
2? Dang. 6. Okay, so both fail. So as you guys start moving upwards toward the swirling whirlwind of blizzard upstairs to get to the Jinn and Ipaso, you guys are caught up to by these creatures. So there's 4, 1, 2, 3, and 4 left that are rushing towards you guys. So 2 are going to make their attacks. And the 2 that you guys are on will also make their attacks, as everyone makes their attacks against each other. Actually, we'll say that you guys order them to dodge instead of making attacks, because that'll actually help defend. So instead, the ones make their attacks with disadvantage. So that's first. So first one hits, second one fails. First, for the first guy, so he gets one hit in on the one. We'll say the one that Narhale is on, and that one has 10 HP left.
You gotta call her Atsila. You're gonna keep calling her Narhale.
Narhale. Oh, I do. You're right. Okay, let's just go Tala. Tala is just simpler all around. Okay. I was just thinking Tala. Tala is just like a personal name in my mind, so it doesn't really matter. Anyway, so Tala's will take one hit. So we'll see. There's one.
You have a problem with Atsila, but you don't have a problem with Hangguan-jun?
Yeah, Hangguan-jun is so easy. I don't know why you guys have an issue with it. It has 2 hit point left, but it does still stay standing. The second attack's made. 1 fails, and then 1 fails. So the second one makes attacks, but doesn't hit. So the next one fails and fails for the second attacker. For the next attacker on yours, or on Jask's anyway. So then for the last guy, first one fails with a 7 and fails with a 4. Good. I am rolling so badly, and it's so annoying. Anyway, so fails.
No.
Oh no. As you guys keep rushing forward, then you guys rush upwards away from these creatures, trying to keep out of reach. You guys get okay, roll me a new D20 for this guy. New strength.
Significantly better. 16.
Better. 16. Amazing. Go ahead, and then this guy gets also 16. That's kind of fun. So 2 16s plus 5. So you guys get 21. So you guys definitely beat the other one. Say it again.
Who snatched me up?
Jaskier.
Okay.
But Atsila Nahale. I almost called her Narhale again. Every time I say it, it hurts. Someone dies in the world. Anyway, so you guys are rushing upwards toward these birds, and you guys are able to break away from some of the elementals following after you guys. So as you guys near the bird and it's flying upwards, it seems to be hovering next to a large swirling storm, almost 10 times bigger than the ones that you guys have been fighting, these tiny little whirlwinds. You see a giant one that was obscured by the clouds, but now as you guys get closer, you can kind of see a sort of face shaping out of the wind and the clouds themselves that are swirling around. And as you guys are getting closer, you guys see an eagle, the bird that Ipaso has taken the form of, getting closer, flapping, trying to keep her space as she starts to speak to the creature. Though, let me see, does this creature speak in telepathy, which is the only thing she would have to do if she's going to be in this form?
Out of curiosity, could I have had my turn? Because the elementals finished their turn.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, do I want to use my second channel divinity for that? Ooh, yeah, I'm gonna use my second channel divinity.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna cast strands. I'm gonna use strands of fate again. And her eyes cloud over to purple again as she starts pulling at the threads and sends one out towards the eagle.
Okay, cool. Okay. Um, okay, so then, I think with just general druid insight and everything, she'll have noticed you guys down below, and you see the eagle kind of cock her head and turn to you as her flapping in the wind is still as not panicked but frantic, trying to keep her level in the wind here and not be blown away.
I essentially wanted to give her advantage on whatever she was doing.
Got you. Amazing. Okay, so she's speaking to this thing, this giant creature, this the djinn, basically. And as she speaks to it, I have it pulled up now. So let's see. What do you do, djinn? Oh, let's see. Okay. She's gonna roll a persuasion check for what she's speaking.
At advantage.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so she's gonna roll it at advantage. So the creature's like, you can hear the calls of her eagle voice into the wind itself. At advantage, that's a good thing because that was a natural 1. And that's a 17. So as she's speaking out into the wind, you see this swirling face, the swirling body of this creature in the wind that's controlling the elements here in such a way among the Drugma Wilds. And it reminds you, Althea, how much the stories of the Drugma Wilds must be true, being that anything could exist out here. As this swirling entity bends down and whispers in front of the eagle that is presently holding its own in front of it. Yeah. The creature itself turns to you guys as you guys are flying up closer to it, and you can hear the tail end of the words it's saying in a language you can't understand. But the words themselves sound like wind, sound like the whistling of the wind and the roar of the wind all at the same time. You guys get up to it. She turns to you guys, the little eagle, and it almost seems like the wind itself dies down as she has succeeded in this persuasion of the creature, of the djinn itself. And the wind itself settles around you guys as the elementals that have been chasing you kind of disperse off into the wind itself. And the ones you guys are on, staying still under you guys, keeping you guys up. And you see the bird itself fluttering down, start to flap its wings down in your guys' direction. And you hear Atsila Nahale next to you, and she goes, "Does that mean she succeeded?" And in like this confused awe, almost.
I mean, I sure hope so. I had to pull a couple strings, a little bit of favors for that.
You just been waiting for that. Oh my gosh. The bird itself coming down to you guys, and actually coming down to you guys, and she shifts into her regular form and just lets herself drop to you guys, actually falling through the air. And Atzila's like, wait, what? As she like kind of falls down on you guys and slams into the group of you guys, being held up by these 2 elementals, and you guys all kind of like bob in the air, dipping down and then pulling up again. And uh yeah, as this woman, she's got this dark black hair, braided back, dark skin, bright fiery eyes here, but not literally in the sense of Atsila, but slams into you guys. She's tough. She's got like ropey, muscular arms. She almost looks like she's got maybe a little bit of orcish blood in her, just a little bit, enough to where you can see a bit of some curving teeth coming out of her mouth, and her skin a little bit darker and a greenish hue than normal skin might have. But as she slams into you guys, this girl, she yeah, so Episo slams into you guys, right? And you guys all kind of dip, and she's pretty heavy. She's got more of the body type of like Carhale than anyone else you've met. And she's hanging off you guys. She goes, I think that was a yes. And she kind of like shakes she shakes the shoulder of Tala here, and Tala goes, oh, okay, well, we need you back now. There's some danger going on with the she kind of looks over at you guys, with the Tao and your people. And she goes, and Ipiso again kind of, well, if anyone's gonna cause trouble, it's my people, so let's go. I think I've got the wish I needed.
Sorry, what now?
I asked the Jinn if it would give me the sway over my people that I needed for me to be able to bring the Ray over to my way of thinking, you see. And it seems like it's on my side, or at least it felt swayed to my side today. It's I've heard that they're a little, well, I was told that I could either be, blown away in a hurricane and killed, or my wish would be answered. They are rather, back and forth about that. So taking my life into my own hands, it worked. And I survived, and I got what I wanted, apparently. Hopefully it's not used against me. Haha. Let's go. And and Tala's just kind of like, I don't know why. Doesn't matter. Let's go. And you guys drift back down to the tree here.
I nudge Jaskier. Definitely worth pulling some strings.
And Jaskier kind of just shakes his head. Oh, just, you realize that me traveling with you really just adds years upon my life. I feel like I'm 10 years older.
Well, I would like to think that I will add years to your life in that you're surviving longer, because, if it weren't for me, you'd probably be dead.
I meant more so that I have fewer years to live now because of you. I'm older now. You guys reach the branch kind of landing, and the air elementals disperse as Tala ends up kind of just letting the magic holding them disperse as well, and they go away, no longer attacking you guys, as the Jinn has freed them from the desire to attack you guys. Now, as you guys land here, and the wind has pretty much died down, Episo kind of looks at you, and she goes, "So, who is this, yeah?"
Hi.
You look not like Ati or anyone else I would like to know. Actually, you look like someone I'd rather push off the side of this branch. No offense.
I'll decide later if I'm taking offense to that. They call me the Seer. If we're friends, you might call me Thea. No one calls me Althea.
And Tala steps in. She is a friend. She protected our people multiple times, and me significantly in one specific time. Saved my life. She's one of the good ones. And Episo goes,
And so is he. He's cool.
I'll trust you on that one. Yeah, he also saved my life. And Jaskier goes, I was a good chunk of the saving life. here and there.
Yeah, but you weren't there voluntarily, so, like, it doesn't count as much as it does for me.
Fair enough. Episo kind of gives him an eye and almost moves to kind of like get into shoving distance, and he kind of backs off a little bit. He's like, "Hey, hey, hey! It wouldn't be that hard to knock me off right now because I'm kind of rough, but let's keep it civil and everything." And Episo kind of just does like has a feral grin that spreads across her face, and Tala goes, "Not the important thing right now. Let's stop your people first. Get you back into control of your people, authority."
You can shove me later.
Episo kind of gives you an appraising glance. I might do so. As she stalks forward and she goes, "Let's go get my tribe back into my control, eh?" As she moves forward. So with that, I think we should probably take up a separate time to complete this whole arc here. But it's fine.
A last little aside to Jaskier. They kind of remind me of someone. I can't put my finger on it, though.
I have no idea who you're thinking of.
No?
Nope.
Just like that kind of elemental energy?
Nope. Not at all.
All right.
And he kind of stalks forward behind you, tight-lipped and grimacing from the comparison.
I'm just saying I can see the appeal.
And with that, we'll end the session. Oh, my brain hurts.